Well, good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading every morning at 0800, every trading day morning at 800 Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to are Central Standard Time and that you see on my screens. I stream in high 1440p high def, so if it's not sparkling clear on your on your side on YouTube, hit the gear button and update it. I'm not monetized in any way, so likes and subs are super great, and add something to the chat. I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice, and that's not the purpose of this stream. Again, it's my virtual trading journal. I trade live every day with a live funded account funded by me, and I allow anybody to look over my shoulder and listen in. You know, the stream is to replace a journal because I don't multitask that well, and so being able to capture everything I'm seeing here on my screens, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. I have it recorded for transparency and accountability, both locally and on YouTube. So I think it's pretty. Seems like a pretty sound solution at this point, and the stream lasts the entire cash session. It starts now at 8 o'clock and runs through 1500. All right, let's look at the numbers for the morning. Right now we have something that's not. We had, these are the numbers that are out. The only other thing that's scheduled that would be on the horizon and that would have some serious impact is a 30-year bond auction at 1100. These are the numbers that were all out at 7:30. Jobless claims and continuous jobless claims and initial jobless claims, etc. This is investing.com. It's completely free. You can pay for it if you want to, of course. That would make them happy, I'm sure. You can filter this any way you want. Time zone, country, reports you're interested in, whether you want 1, 2, 3 stars, any of that stuff. And, you know, you can be in Southeast Asia someplace and only want to listen to the the Nikkei or whatever, and you can have that filtered the way you want it. Again, free. I prefer, this is the oldest news source I've used, and I prefer this presentation for screen snapping, easy for me to read. I can slap it into a Discord or wherever else. The other one that I have and use now more frequently is not more frequently, but for another reason in support of investing.com, is Financial Juice. And I'll point out the difference quickly. The calendar is similar. I don't like the presentation as well. I don't think it lends itself well for, pasting or snapping or whatever else. But you'll notice something that Financial Juice does that investing.com does not. They've just added the press briefing by Ms. Levitt at 12 o'clock. They've added a signing ceremony by Trump at 15:45. And then something about the congressional ball down here in 1900. Who cares? But these non-financial reporting, traditional reports and numbers, they add here through the day. Financial Juice, investing.com does not. Now, I find that a real benefit because these have a huge unidentified potential risk to the auction. Maybe not, maybe yes, maybe no. That means it's unidentified and it's potential risk. So important to know. Then on this side is more of a squawk box where they just, daily stuff as it perks through the day, they add over here. And once again, free. And once again, you can filter and you can certainly pay for it. So there we are. Besides these random risk events that are coming up here at noon and who knows what will happen in the meantime. The numbers are out of the way except for the bond auction at 1100 and something. This is interesting that they've got this at 12, which is when I expected the bond auction. But investing.com has got it over here at 11. Whether that's a typo, I don't know. So there you are. Next, let's move on to the pre-market, which has got a lot to say today, boy. Nearly 90 handle dump right off the open and not so much as an uptick. More, a couple hundred handles on the NASDAQ. This is the MES, MNQ, MES micro composite chart, or my higher time frame, and then the market profile for the ES. They opened that bad boy here. This is yesterday's RTH session. This is the open of last night's ETH and the current session we're trading now. They didn't look back. They traded her all the way down for nearly 90 handles. 80. Call me a liar. What have we done now? Well, we've taken most of it back, nearly back to the scene of the crime. But we still remain 100% short inventory. And I determined that, or my way of looking at that is, here's our open. How much did we trade above that open, which would be long inventory? How much did we trade below it? Well, there's the open. 100%. So I will expect some responsive buying to take profit, even though they've made a lot of this, London kicked in and they took a lot of this back. But I will expect some responsive buying for profit taking and then more of the same. Here was yesterday. There was the overnight. Here's yesterday, the famous Fed meeting. And then, maybe we don't really care about the Fed rate so much as everybody wanted us to think about. It's, trade what you see, not what you think. That's the best advice, I believe. Here is the micro composite, which is my higher time frame chart. RTH session, by the way, on all of my charts, you can see the instrument, the periodicity, and the session. So these are RTH session daily bars. Each one of these candles is a day, trading day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around it, and that generates my micro composite profile. And by doing so, it automatically creates a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. And I don't know why they don't seem to show up. Whoa, I don't want to do that very bad. That was weird. This computer is not liking this new mouse very much. Also, the session prices push automatically to bookmap. And this is the market profile, as I said. We're pretty high on volume compared to the last couple of 3 days over here. And now let's take a look at Mr. Bookmap. This is my other platform, which I use to execute pretty much. There's this blue boy is just a blue vertical line that I slap on the initial print of each session, so that I can. This is a visual clue for me that I can glance left and see this line, and know that I have the full session in view. Look at that. That was in the first 2 hours. 1700, 2100. If you got on that, boy, are you happy. Nothing for me to do as far as my system and my trade plan, but wow. So here's the dome, or the ladder, or the order book, whatever you want to call it. Simple. Prices, resting liquidity at each price. Right now, these are $1.50, $1.50 apart. If you spread them out to ticks, you see each one. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these various levels, micro composite, VPOC, and the previous most recent RTH auction, naked volume point of control, i.e. that's where we close. That is the regular trading session volume profile close yesterday at 1700. And then these are the high and low volume nodes from the micro composite. Full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is the Globex or the full session. It's not the ETH. It goes from 1700 to 1600 today. This is the RTH, which will reset this morning at about 8:30. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. Important column here. This is my open type and statistics column. So the first thing I do here, and then this is the session prices, obviously, from my RT. Let's do the statistics, get them going here. The first thing I do is determine the open type for this day based on the statistic study. And there are only 4. There's higher in range, higher out of range, which is a gap up, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, which is a gap down. Those 4. Very simple, only 2 criteria to determine the type. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to, that opening price compare to the previous RTH close? It's right there. So we're lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and there's the low. So we are lower in range. Yesterday we were gap up, gap down, which is lower out of range. Now I'm going to change that title of the column like that. And then I'm going to clear the statistics from yesterday because we'll determine them for today with their associated price levels. And the reason I changed this column title is when I look back at a snap or the screen or the stream recording, I can see the title of that column and know immediately a whole bunch of data about the overnight leading up to the RTH session. So that's the reason for it. Quickly now, before we do the statistics, these are the price levels pushed from IRT automatically from 1700 Sunday night through 1600 Friday afternoon. And I share them continuously, and I share them freely with anybody that's happy to do that with anybody that wants them. Just like, subscribe, and throw something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with that. No problem, free. It's important to know that there's no magic indicators or any kind of indicators or anything difficult in my trading or on my screens. Stand by one. All right, sorry about that. So there's no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. There is only price levels and data. That's it, and probabilities. POC for the full session, for the RTH, POC for the full session. Full sessions are more muted yellow. VWAP, Globex, VWAP, RTH, and a mid for the, what is this? What the hell is that doing there? I got to get rid of that. Okay. Sorry about that. Problem with this thing. And there is initial balance high and low, which are kind of confusing to some people, I guess. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Meaning, so far in the overnight, 3,855 contracts have traded at 3,100 and, or 30, whatever that is, 30.75. The very split second that one of these other levels is one contract more than that, this POC is going to go there. Yes, the yellow line goes all day and continues. That's just to provide a continuous record of where this has been, price has been. That's all. The VWAPs are, I guess you could, technically, they're indicators because they're calculated. The IB high and low confuse some people because they are of the name. Initial balance is what that stands for. It's an old market profile thing. What they really represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. I'll get rid of this extra VWAP. I don't know where the hell that even came from, to be honest with you. Yeah, damn. Having more trouble with this stupid thing. Just, and it's my operator error, I'm sure. But let's go. Let's keep going. Let's get to the statistics here, which are important. And they are derived from this study, an IRT, and it's very simple. The study looks back at 1,636 days. Of these days, we've already determined just a minute ago that we're going to open lower in range. Of the days, of these 1,636 days, we opened lower in range, 480 of them. Of the days we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control. The mid, 82.5. And now we're going to go over here and we're going to go overnight mid, 82.5. Boop. And that's all there is to it. And now I need to get them lined up straight, and that might help. Huh? There you go. And the overnight POC is 80.8, and that's right here. And why is that not down here? This thing is all goofy. I'm going with IRT. Okay. 80.8. I always default to IRT as the gold standard as far as levels go. This book map gets itself all screwed up from time to time. Next, and then I'm just going to go down the list. That's all there is to it. The overnight point of control, the previous close is 74.2. Previous close, 74.2. You'll notice that IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, so that doesn't do us any good, at this point in time. IB high, good, 69.8. Now the IB high is hiding right there underneath the VWAP. So it's 69.8, and it is IB high. And I type the initials because, as we know, the very second that we open at 8:30, this is going to jump up to the high of the opening, of that opening volley, and it won't be here anymore. So I won't know what the hell happened at that price. And I want to know what that statistic means or what it applies to. Previous POC value area. I'm going to look at overnight high and low. Overnight low is 68.7. Overnight high is 51.5. And I'll continue to go through these. I need to do another snap right now that I do every day. You get the idea about the previous high and low. Previous high is 41.9. Previous low. How low can you go? Oh, where'd that go? 53.5. Now, this ought to be eye-opening, hopefully. How are we going to get to 68.7 without getting through 53.5 first? Well, obviously we can't. Should reinforce that these are just probabilities and statistics. They are not hard, fast lines in the sand, okay? Real important to understand that. And now I've got to do something called the TLab snap. And what you say is the TLab snap? Well, the TLab is a bookmap, a Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B., who reportedly is a professional trader with over 46 years experience. And I believe that's the case. I have no reason to doubt him. Every day at 8:20, I post this snap to give everybody in there the opportunity of a bunch of numbers and stuff that are applicable that they may not have access to with their charting. I also post the reports. Whatever. I post the reports from investing.com at about 6 in the morning. So that's that. Let's get back to our statistics now, and that's incidentally where this comes from. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room, right? So it's sponsored by Bookmap, but you're never solicited for anything. That's one of the pleasures. I believe Tom does know what he's talking about, though he never trades live, nor does he ever call trades. So, you got to weigh that for yourself. And I'm sure you're never going to see verified account statements from Tom. And I'm pretty sure you're never also going to see a wrapped Lamborghini. But you never know. Maybe some gold chains. Who knows? There's a good crew of people in there. I spent quite a bit of time in there. I like a lot of his philosophies. In fact, this narrating and what resulted in this stream is my continuing desire to narrate and keep a real accurate focus and continual focus on the markets. And that's basically something that he agrees with. So, I continue to have I try to contribute what I can, even though I'm not active in there as before. I make 2 posts in there a day, and that's about it. So there you go. Continuing with the statistics, what have I missed here? What have I missed? Overnight low is IB low is 61.7, and that is right under here. Well, I'm not going to do that because if we 3 of them together, that's pretty stupid. Value area high or low, that's got to be a 1. Value area low is 67.3. And just put it in, but didn't get it right. Value area high is 57.5. If we opened right here, that 57.5 statistic could be taken out in the blink of an eye, wouldn't it? Okay, again, these are statistics. These are probabilities based on the look-back data set of 1,636 days, filtered for days where we opened lower in range. That's it. They're probabilities. One word about value area high, developing value area high, and lows. The value area high represents or reflects the previous auction, and developing represents the current auction. And we got 5 minutes. Okay, sweet. Let's get back to something that's also pretty important, I guess, would be being able to trade. If you're going to make a trade or trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel with that button with a padlock on it. You have to decide or pick a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns, and both of them, as you can imagine. I choose and really recommend executing with multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied, and I don't ever put an order in the market that doesn't have targets and stops. And I think that's important. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because you need to have an even number of contracts. 2. Then you need to decide the stop loss for the package. And the first requirement you better pick on that from that is your account risk parameters. And then, instrument volatility, etc. Once that's established, the T1 risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then there's the runner. And you can do as many, set them up any way you want to. 4 contracts, high volatility, whatever you want to do. Close that. Now, the padlock's green, open. I don't need any of the other tools over here in the trade control panel. I confirm the package size. I have all my metrics up here. I can click the button again. I get the real estate back. I also get cancel and close. And we're ready to rock. We're ready to open in 2 minutes. And let's hope that works okay. I of course will, but I had some problems for a while with the volume profile here resetting accurately. And I need to get rid of this VWAP, which I will do in a second. But first things first, right? You need to prioritize. Minute and a half. And we're going to open, from the looks of it, right smack dab on top of the value area, previous value area high. So we'll see what happens now. Okay, 1 minute. God, that's frustrating. Why does it? I should be more pleased with how the magic of all these things work together rather than bitching about the little annoyances. But, I'm a human. What do you want? And the minute we open, which we're going to do here in 30 seconds, I will slap Blue Boy on the opening print, and then we will be able to confirm we have there we go. Well, look at there. Oh, it's 15 seconds early again. And I had that set already. God damn. I got to confirm that's set now. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, anyway. To get it, it's set for 8:30, right? But why it's doing that, I got no idea. Okay, minimum lags on IRT, that's good. We opened here, that's also good. I'll change these in a minute. The flags will move in a second. I'm going to change IRT now to the day session only. And I do that because that keeps the relationship aligned between the value area high and the low and the developing values. I know nobody cares but me, but I guess I try to explain stuff in case somebody else is using this equipment or this software, and it could help. I may be useless, but hey, my story and I'm sticking to it, eh? What the hell is that? There's more weird crap going on around here, and I don't know about, boys and girls. All right, so I've converted now both mini and micro, which I plot and push and do all those things. Here's our open. There's the close. This was a big sell-off. I'm imagining we're going to get some profit taking, responsive buying, and maybe not. And then I suppose it'll be, we'll go back to rotational mode. That's where we've been. Here are the days, right? What have we done? Up, 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 boom, boom, boom. Smack dab in the center of yesterday. So there you go. All right, there's the IB low. What happened way down wherever it was before? Well, that's exactly why I wanted to have those flags. Here was the IB high. What happened? Oh, it's up here. There you go. We've taken out the statistics and the mid, and now we're up there, and now it's time to put my super secret, really expensive proprietary indicator over here. Mr. Blue Boy. There we go. Okay. Now, something happened right into the open here, which doesn't make sense to me, but this is where the flag was for the overnight volume point of control. At the open, just then it migrated down, which is normal, but I don't see the migration here. Okay. Irritating. Let me deal with this bullshit stuff over here. Now, why is that there? Well, it isn't there anymore. What is all this crap? These are the two that are supposed to be there. Now, are they? Were they? Whoa. RTH and Globex. Let's see if they're correct. 8:30. That ought to be the right thing. Let's hope so, huh? Globex never seems to be a problem. I don't know why. That seems to be okay. Let's hope for the best. Fingers crossed. The way to tell? Here's Globex, eh? The volume profile also plot, the way I have them set up, also plot the VWAP. So there is aligned perfectly with that VWAP. Now what we're going to want to see is the RTH VWAP, which should be right here, and that looks about right. So, ooh, everything's working out. Look out. I'm on a roll. Let's get to the casino. And I guess what I forgot to do at some point the last time I fixed that, which you need to remember with Bookmap, by the way, is to save the workspace. Okay, mental check. We've got Blue Boy on the job. We've got everything reset pretty much normally here, except for the POCs way up here, not down here. So what I'm going to do is clear the reset and hope for the best. Didn't do anything. Okay. Bookmap seems to be having a desperate time knowing what time it is. So we'll deal with that in a minute. Well, there we got it lined up okay. And there we have it lined up okay. So I'm going to leave them alone. What I've had to do in order to get this to work, and I thought I had it set yesterday, but I'll bet I forgot to. I forgot to change it, was to have it 8:30 and 15 seconds. No, by God, I did save it, and it still didn't work. Today. I'm going to give up caring about it. Goddamn. If it was within 15 seconds, who cares? It within minutes, it comes out normal. So, yeah, this has never happened before. And I'm resisting rolling back to a previous version because I don't like doing that. And, here we are. I'm easy. In another 10 minutes, I will completely have forgotten about that. And it's just frustrating. It used to be quite pronounced, like it wouldn't reset at all, which is obviously no good. So I've had to deal with that. But, and I didn't get the open in there. And here we are. And there you have it. Well, it's the IRT is just plugging right along. There's only a small lag here. Hasdaq's upside down, but we only got 4 or 5 milliseconds on the others. Trading them up, trading them down. Is this that responsive buying? Ooh, I love it when I'm right. Monkey boy, that's a real thing you need to watch out for, is it? Confirmational bias, that need to be right. That's almost as dangerous, I think, or more insidious anyway than FOMO. I think FOMO is a little more in your face, but that general tendency from Monkey Boy is to want to be right, and confirmational bias, all that stuff really can be really dangerous in trading. And I am no shrink-a-rooney at it, under any circumstances. So, hey, Antonio, morning. I'm no shrink. That was quite the hootenanny. Were you watching the ETH last night? This big run up, and they opened that thing. There wasn't so much as a one uptick for 80 handles straight down. That's incredible. Incredible. And I hopefully I'm trying to get the signal straightened so I can finally get over with this vetting of the initial balance trades and just focus on trading and stop worrying about charting and blah, blah, blah. So what are we doing? Well, remember what the definition of the initial balance high and low. I mean, that's what everybody calls them. And I'm sure everybody here understands because I explain it every day. But, it's I don't know what word you'd use for it, but it is only the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, period. So, nothing mystical. You have to have a big wizard hat and a magic wand, of course, to follow my trading, but, isn't that kind of the way all the internet guys are, secret sauce, proprietary stuff? Oh, that's behind a paywall. I get so tickled by that crap. Those indicators are behind a paywall. That's one of the reasons I don't recommend any of the other websites or the Discord places for Bookmap, frankly, is there's a lot of them, the Discord sites, and I have certainly not been to them all. I've only been to 2 others besides the Traders Lab. And I'm not exaggerating. The third word out of the guy's mouth in each of those was trying to sell you something. That Scott Pelusi or whatever his name is, that son of a bitch, everything in the world is for sale. He's even got stuff all over the Bookmap marketplace for sale. Indicators this and levels that and something else. It reminds me of FT71, Murad, that's what's his game. And still is, I guess. But back in the day when I first knew about him, everybody was, including was using IRT and all of his flex levels, market profile, micro composite, all that stuff that people DM and those guys talk about over in the Traders Lab. That's all Murad stuff back in the days of when he was being supported by, before Bookmap, when he was being supported by IRT. Chad coded all that stuff up. And those days was all for, you had to, what his deal was, he didn't sell those indicators, but to get them, you needed to obviously have an account with his brokerage at that time. He'd switched to that model, which is, a little more, I don't know what to say. Anyway, there you go. And that was in the days of stage 5. Brokerage, which I actually had an account, and then he went to I forget. He's on his 3rd one now, I think. I think it's now Edge Clear, and I forget what the other one was in the middle there. And whatever. But it's really important that no matter where you are or, who's posting crap all over whatever Discord place you like to be or Twitter or whatever it is, absolutely verify everything yourself. If I tell you that the IB high is at 68.75, make damn sure you know that yourself. Never mind all the rest of it. Never mind, this indicator, that, and something else. Just my opinion. And again, stuff that Tom would say, he kind of varies from that in the course of the Traders Lab. Only this is a structured trade, only trade vetted trades, and I'm hard pressed to know of anybody in there that's actually vetted any trades. I've asked the question several times. Where's that data? How much? What's your probability there? Nobody can answer that. So I don't know whether they're just holding out. That's one of the things that kind of annoys me there now, is that so many experts with so much to say, and I don't see anybody saying, "Here's the data." And that's, first of all, of course, you should verify your own data. But at least if somebody says, here's how I do the back test, here are the rules, these are the parameters, and here are the results, then, maybe you don't have coding skills or something, but if you can at least know that stuff, I think it's a big help. And I'm not blowing my own horn, but that's one of the reasons that I try to be so transparent here. First of all, it's my virtual journal, right? So who am I trying to bullshit? Me? Second of all, here's my backtesting tab. Here are these specific rules. Here I explain exactly how the rules are applied and the levels. These are for the initial balance trades, which is all I've vetted so far. And then, after all of that, we have the results. Each one of these is a backtest. 493 days, 762 trades, and all the statistics. Whoa, God, this thing is not liking this stuff. And all the statistics that you need that the backtests produce, including Sortino and Sharpe ratio and everything else. But okay, that way, maybe if you don't have the coding skills, you can go, okay, well, here's a micro ES, 15-second periodicity. Here's a 12-12-48, trail at 24 ticks to 12, and these are the results. 53% win rate, 46, expectancy of 13.76. We've got an R factor of 0.02, risk to reward of 2.5, profit factor, trades per day, all that stuff. At least you can see some meaningful data there that you might be able to use, I hope, to make it, And what I'm looking for by talking about this stuff in the stream all the time is feedback. Like, I think that's bullshit. Let's try something else. That would be great. Because it's a lonely sport, and I'm just an old guy doing the best I can, just thinking what makes sense to me. But this, it's a structured trade, bam, and then they all seem to be. That gets a little suspicious to me. We do have some random risk coming up, which is somewhere. I just put that in there, I thought. Yeah, did. Oh, good for me. Let's see if it works. Yeah, there we go. Unidentified critical risk. So nothing I say or think here is political. None of my business who you voted for or vice versa. But one thing that we need to be really aware of in this current environment is unanticipated critical risk potential to the auction. If we're looking at standard, expected, scheduled, these things, this initial jobless claims number at 7:30 was scheduled years ago. We all know that the non-farm payroll comes out typically the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. In this high-risk environment where your primary, job as a trader is to protect your account and grow it and do so by managing risk, well, then you better know what the risk is, and you better have in advance, and you better have a risk mitigation plan in place. I better have. This, we know. Fortunately, Financial Juice adds these non-typical financial or revenue type things, like here's a White House briefing. This was just added. Trump's going to have a signing ceremony at 15:45. These are things perfectly great idea that they're doing this. But if you don't know these things are happening and you're merely trading along and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose, it could be one of these things. And my evidence supporting that is right there. That is a 229-point drop precipitated at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning by a tweet on Truth Social. Perfectly, great. That's what he wants to do. But we didn't have any idea that was coming. And if you were didn't have your trade bracketed and be aware of risk management, this could have been a real bad day. That's what I mean by unrecognized critical risk. And so we have a couple of those on the agenda today. Actually, the Trump one is at 1545 or 1530, so that's not going to be a big deal. And typically, I've not noticed with the press conference lady that those press conferences they don't usually have a big impact on the market that I've noticed. But, there you go. You got to be aware of everything these days, because if you're not, you could have a real bad day. And think about it. Your primary objective as a trader is to be able to trade tomorrow. You can have the most fantastic 159-inch curve monitors and high definition this and that and something else, and the latest NVIDIA RTX Super Duty GPUs, and you blow up your frickin' account and can't trade tomorrow. What good is any of that doing you? Zero. Oh, there you go. Risk management is the key. Obviously. And that's, isn't just my epiphany. I'm basically parroting all those great ones that have come before, the successful ones, not the internet guru, rearview mirror trading YouTube wizards, but the real ones, Jim Simmons and Tudor Jones and Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy. Pick one. And they all say the same thing. Mark Douglas, everybody. It's not something I dreamed of. Would be great. Then I'd be a market wizard and all that stuff. Oh, that new guy. There's going to be a new market wizard book, I think, and that new, what's his name? Feinberg, Josh, or whatever it is. A new confirmed 8-figure trader came out of SMB Capital. And he's going to be in it apparently. And again, the same. It's a probabilities. You have to trade based on probabilities and expectancy. Law of large numbers. It's also the same business model as a casino. So here we are. Ooh, is that the IB low? Did we just take the stat? Nope. Why not? It's not 930. This will continue to go down. This will continue to go up with price until 930. And then they will no longer go anyplace. He said. Okay, I'm going to try to get screwed out here so I can make sure things are updating and go over here and look at what's going on in this thing. All right, do I have this sent over here? Probably not. Let me check on that. No. Okay. This is the back test in the trading system that I monitor through the day to see if the signals fire as expected. It is not sending any trades to my live AMP account. It is only trading within the IRT simulation. Obviously, I don't want something unknown. I am aware that risk management and preserving my account is important, and therefore I am not going to do something stupid. And I am an old cowboy, so I ought to be good at that. But hey, so this is active. It's been sent to the account. It's been sent to the chart. And we'll see what happens now as the day progresses. Obviously, nothing is going to materialize over here until 9:30. These are the IB high, the IB low, the trigger zone, continuation zone, pullback zone, continuation zone. Those are the only two trades associated with each of the IBs that I have vetted and which I am taking. I am eating my own dog food. Now I'm going to try to do something I should have done early on. And that is, come on. Boy, it just doesn't want to. When it starts thinking it has a problem with doing anything IRT, I need to, here we go. I need to update my, here is what a trade that is taken by the system looks like. There's the entry, there's T1, there's T2, and you see it's positive. Is if it had any drawdown, it'd be red. And I draw your attention to the down here at the bottom. When this indicator, called the trade system indicator, I think, was developed by Chad. It was only developed for all in, all out, not scale in, right? Or scale out like I do. So it doesn't add all of the contracts and the targets. This is 12 ticks. This is 48 ticks. It only reflects 48. In reality, this is really 60 ticks. So there you go. And I don't know if I was even on the right screen, to be honest with you. I was. Okay. Ah, damn it. Okay. What's going on here? I'm busy reading something in static. Sorry. So now, why is this doing that? Just, man, nobody, I'm sure nobody listening that does this but me, so not to worry. What have we got happening now? Brown cow. Take a quick run around the roses here, I guess. We've taken out our VPOC once again and the naked volume point of control. Let's check. Yep. Okay. Kind of leaning, kind of looking heavy, huh? I tried to keep the colors coordinated or, similar between the programs, Bookmap and IRT, so things make sense visually in case anybody cares. IB highs and lows are green and developing volume point of controls, the yellow brick road and that stuff. Well, what have we got? We've taken out the mid, POC. Haven't tagged down to the value areas of the previous low yet. So, two pretty prominent distributions, huh? For whatever reason. Mm-hmm. 9 o'clock. First 30-minute brackets in. And can start thinking about what might happen with regard to my vetted trades and I'm getting ready in case some opportunity presents itself. One of the advantages that I find psychologically for sure about having a vetted setup that I have done and confirmed by data away from the live market, and then am planning to apply during the live market, nothing's a surprise, right? I know that my setups are the initial balance trades. There are two. I know the 3 rules required to validate an entry. What's to be in a hurry or a panic about? Nothing. So that's another one of the benefits, besides the fact that, it seems to be, from all I can gather and read, it seems to be the path to follow for consistent profitability. And as a trading business, I'm sure there's somebody that's a gunslinger or a hunch trader that can be consistent for some time, and that's great. This is not a stream my way or the highway. It is my virtual journal. The reason for all the talking is it's the only way I can get what I'm thinking into the recording, into the stream. So therefore that's that. And if whatever you do is making you money, by all means, don't change. The only thing I would really require you to do is drop something in the chat about exactly what you're doing, so we can figure it out and follow it. By golly. I think things are going here. The stream is moseying down the hill. I don't see any drop frames. CPU's 1.5%. That's a pretty good thing. We got 60 FPS and 1440p. So yeah, I guess everything's okie von dokie over here. So much for my responsive buying off the open. They ticked it up about 3 shots to that low volume node, and kaboom, down they went. So I guess they got enough of their inventory adjusted in that overnight swing off of the London Open. Yes. Pure speculation. Who the hell knows? And in reality, I guess I don't really care. And what I'm trying to do is not predict where the market's going to go. I'm trying to watch for my vetted trades and take them. My plan, now that margins are back to normal and, all God's children are going to be nice as far as the Fed and hopefully Trump. Well, he should have cut 4 more points. Jesus Christ. Wow. It's funny. If it wasn't so pathetic, it'd be funny. But assuming today is going to be sort of normal, the next known news event we have, potential risk, is at 11 or 12, depending on who you believe. Typically, those bond auctions are at 12. I'm not sure why investing.com had it at 11. I'm suspicious about that. But anyway, and we don't know what might happen with random risk. The only one that we have any heads up on so far is at 12 o'clock with Ms. Levitt's press conference, so press briefing, whatever. So I stand by for the initial balance trade, and what is that? Well, we know that the initial balance is the high or low of the first 1 hour, after which time they stop going up, stops going down. And the statistic that is well known for years becomes a thing, it becomes active. And that statistic is the first basis of my strategy. And it's here. After 9:30, when the initial balance statistic is active, there's a greater than 97.7% probability in all 4 open types that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Today's open type, it's 98.3, meaning 1.7% probability that neither one of these will be hit. There's a 32.8% probability that both of them get hit or taken out, exceeded, whatever you want to touch, whatever you want to call it. Also, while we're here, notice that IRT has now highlighted the correct open type. And if you see that some of these statistics are now blue instead of black, as they are achieved or as they are revisited by price in this session, IRT changes them to blue. It says right here that the value area high, 57.6%, was revisited. Was it? Let's check. Wow, looky there. Boom. Yeah, pretty cool. I mean, pretty handy. So back to the initial balance. So that means that there is a 1.7% probability that neither IB high or low will be taken out, and a 98.3% probability that one of them will at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Is that a thing you can trade easily? Not very well, because you don't know if it's the high or the low, and you don't know when. Could be 1 millisecond before or after 9:30, or 1 millisecond before 1600. So, and we're just getting cooking over here. So, let's see if now my trading system, which I guess we can go over now in advance, is real simple. There are 3 rules. The initial A, and real imaginative way to identify them, A, B, and trigger. The first is the initial balance statistic. The second is price enters a continuation zone or pullback zone. Continuation zone or pullback zone. And then price trades back towards the initial balance to the trigger zone, at which point it triggers the entry. Simple Simon. So what am I going to do? I'm going to wait and see if we get the initial balance, the first signal, A. Then I'm going to see if we get B. And then I'm going to see if we get the trigger. And if we do, the system will take it here. And I will manually take it without hesitation on Bookmap. Once we get close to the initial balance statistic, I'll, run through the roses and make sure I'm all set up and ready to go. Now, is there a lag there, and do I screw up sometimes because I miss a little bit of the trade? Yeah. And I'm trying to get really comfortable or be very confident that this system is trading as I expect it to. The next step will be to change this from simulated to the AMP account and have IRT actually send trade and see if that eliminates, see what the outcome is, and if that eliminates some errors. Like, for example, if pick a spot. Let's say the entry fires here. It's got nothing to do with reality, but let's say so. And do you notice how I almost entered a trade I didn't want? See how there's a $sign? If I clicked right there, that would be a trade. That's something you have to really be careful about with IRT. I have to with Bookmap. So let's say this was the entry. Well, maybe price moves up to here by the time I get over here and get an entry in and get an order in. That's cost me a couple of 3 ticks. So that's not as perhaps as opportune an entry in terms of an asymmetric trade location as the system takes. So, you know, there's that. And an what I mean by asymmetric trade location is you want the relationship, an asymmetric relationship between, as much as you can, increase, you know, as wide as you can get the difference between risk and reward. If you can get an entry figured out or some sort of a system where you have 1 tick stop, and you know that if it moves 1 tick lower than that, the trade is invalid, and you have a, you know, 50 point target, wow, huh? Magic. Asymmetric trade location, the asymmetric relationship between your risk and your reward. And one of the benefits or the interesting things you can do with backtesting is actually what if those kinds of things. Oh man, I am so tired of that. I don't know why. I guess I need to reboot maybe. I'm not touching my mouse other than moving it. Why it's jumping around, I don't know. For example, let's just see. There's one. This was a back test, which can easily be set up and run in a second. This was a back test of 2 tick stop. In other words, all in, all out, and a 2 tick stop. And it's got pretty impressive numbers, except for the fact that would you be okay with the risk with your win rate upside down? 40% win rate? Even though you had an 8 point risk to reward and an R factor of about 5, expectancy of 9.93. And I've actually heard Tom, you know, that Tom, not TLab Tom, but the best trader, the best loser wins Tom guy, and his mentor from South Africa, who's now passed away. His name I had once a minute ago and then forgot. But anyway, they had some colleagues or friends or somebody in South Africa that were trading with them, and they had a very profitable business, and that's exactly what they were doing. The smallest possible stop you can imagine. Now, obviously, you better have a real cheap commission rate, or you're going to go broke in a big hurry. But, you know, and there's a lot of thought and a lot of people who swear by the fact that, you know, a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio is the best way for retail traders to get somewhere, because the psychological impact is not as great. You can have a high win risk, a win rate, which is a meaningless metric without any of the other metrics, you know, and that's, you know, that's the rallying cry of the internet and rearview mirror guys, is the win rate. Completely useless if you don't have a proper, if it's not taken in context with the other metrics. You need to have a win rate in order to calculate the expectancy. But these guys that say, 95% win rate, blah, 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 sure, and you went broke in 10 trades because your risk-reward ratio is upside down. It's useless, but it's great clickbait for sure. Anyway, it's, you know, their theory is that if you can achieve enough of a win rate, in other words, your profit targets are not so ridiculous, you don't have a 2-tick stop and a 100-tick target, you're not going to get very many wins out of that. But if you have it more or less reasonable in that back test that I just was showing you, that was a 16 tick all out for both contracts and a 2 tick stop loss for both contracts. An 8-point R multiple, and it was profitable. Go figure. Over a substantial back test. I mean, you know, statistically significant back test. Oh man, I'm tired of that. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on here. That is really irritating. I can't. Never mind. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. IRT wants to keep jumping in the way here. I don't know what to say. One of the things that's I don't really like about IRT, and there's a few of them. Oh, here we are, 9:20, and we're getting up here close to that IB high. IRT recommends, and I do, all of your windows are not within the container. They're all floating. That's one of the reasons that there's all this craziness where it might get confused on where the mouse is, kind of thing. I don't like that. I wish that all the windows were in a container myself, but they recommend strongly against that, and so I do what they recommend. I figured they built the thing. I'm going to listen to them. Now what's happening over here? Oh, baby. Well, it isn't a thing yet. We've still got 9 minutes. So there. Now what are you going to do? Who are you going to call, eh? Big selling tail, and now they're going to look higher, what would you guess? Got a whole string of singles up here. If they get into this string of singles, they could get some traction up to this higher distribution from yesterday. That's market profile logic there. I'll be monitoring the system here to see if the signals start firing properly. In sequence, they fire properly, but they were all over the board. And at this point in time, previously, this chart was not connected in any way to the signals or the system. It was simply a visual reference for me. These levels are our custom indicators that I built for this chart, and they do reflect accurately the levels, but it wasn't connected. Now these signals are actually driven by the system. So in a sense, it is connected by the V-pound variables up here. So yeah, there's that. And I think I need to do this. Okay. Well, we've got 5 minutes for the initial balance to be set. So at which point over here, the pullback and continuation zones will be pushed from the trigger start to here. I'll start gearing up to identify the signals and trade. Let's just quickly make sure everything's done. We've got both on. We've got the risk neutral package done. We're ready to go on Bookmap. And this is a good point for me to point out the something I try to do every day, which is my advice: do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. First of all, this is not the statistic because it's not 930. Could still go up, may not. But don't fall into the trap of, oh, we're above the VWAPs and the mid and the POCs, and I just know we're going to get the initial balance high, and you get long over here. Then they swing it down, you get stopped out, and you got a real sad look on your face. And they may come up and take the statistic, they may not. They may come across the market, come across the range, take the low. I mean, until the statistic has been taken or achieved, whatever, if that's a rule that you use in your trade plan, which you have vetted, your vetted setup, as it is in mine, then I just stand here and wait for that to happen. And I'm saying that because of previously, before I had a properly vetted plan and I would trade the initial balance stuff, more than once I would try that, thinking I was going to get ahead of the curve, be Johnny on the spot or whatever else, and Johnny ahead of the spot, and then get spanked. Look at there. This is still going to go up. And this is going to go up because it's not 930 yet. And I realize this all sounds duh, but you'd be surprised at the number of people that try to get ahead of that. And looking over at the system now, none of the levels are here. Why is that? It's not 930. At 930, these will start to plot. And the labels will show up. They'll also push across to Bookmap. And then I can start doing my magic hocus pocus for Bookmap, trying to figure out the best way to approach this from a trading point of view. 2 minutes left. Previous close, almost back to the scene of the crime from yesterday. And the ETH high and the. Where's Blue Boy? There he is. Okay. Once I'm in the anticipation of a trade, I will do some stuff here that is kind of perhaps disappointing to Bookmap aficionados. But the first thing I do to just make it easier on myself, I guess I should explain, and in case you don't know, the heat map. These levels are just a graphic representation of the resting orders in the book. Not that that's insignificant, but that's what it is. So, but I want to have a clean slate to identify for sure whether I have my trades in place or my signals in place. And now, bingo. Nope, not yet. Here's 930 over here. Couple more ticks. 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Remember the don't trade to the statistic warning. And yeah, I'm like you, you know, I would think it's going to be the IB high also. But until it is, you know, it's not. And there is 9:30. And see what happened? If you were all busy trying to get in there at 81, you're stopped out right down here. You know, the statistic is in. We are in, and there come our levels as expected. So what I'm going to do at this point is wind this up a little bit so I got a little bit more gapitosis in here to watch these levels. And pretty quick, I'm going to put on, cover your ears if you don't like to hear this kind of thing, candlesticks, and likely remove the last price. And I am doing that because the rules of my system have a specific sequential order within a candle, you know, and I need to know, for example, tell me within a 1 minute or a 15-second candle, tell me what came first, the chicken or the egg, the higher, the lower, the, you know, whatever else. I can't figure it out by looking over here. So that's why I do this. So the IB's set, you got real excited, you tried to trade up to the statistic, and now you're stopped out. You're going, but wait, what about me? Boy, I wish I had $1 for every time that happened to me. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. All right. Now I'll show you what I mean about the candlesticks. Okay, there they are. 1 minute candlesticks. Now, if I wind this out to 1 minute, right there, every one of these candles is a minute. And I can tell you absolutely, and this is the last price, so you need to be clear that this candle is for this data. So the high went in first, the low, and they closed it up here. That's important to the trade rules. So that's why I'm trying to be sure about this stuff. And what I do when I get even more foggy or question what's happening is I turn off this. Oh, come on. I turn off that. Now it's just a straight up 1 minute candlestick. And I realize that's, you know, pretty counterintuitive to all things wonderful from Bookmap, but I'm interested in trying to make these trades and enter these trades as accurately as I can. And that's the point. So, and it's, you know, whatever works for me is what I'm concerned about. I'm also really concerned to see if these things start to track out like they're supposed to over here, like I hope I've figured out to have them do. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. And guess what have we done? Well, here's the IB high, and now we're down here. What? Damn near 10 handles. That might not have worked out real well if you're trying to trade to that statistic, huh? Do I suppose we're going to take the IBI? Still, yeah, makes sense to me too. But looks like we're also rotating kind of down, doesn't it? What else is going on? Nothing. Am I on the right chart? Yep. once again, remember, this is the system that I vetted and that I'm trading. If you've got a mean reversion system that says you should have gotten in a short, if you're just trading outside in, mean reversion, somehow you vetted that, I'll bet you're happier than a pig in the mud right now. Boom. You got short and you're just tickled to death. The two trades, of course, that I have vetted are the continuation trade and the failure trade. Well, the IBF, or the IB failure, is essentially a mean reversion trade, right? Outside in. Failure. Just with just the name initial balance hooked to it, because that's the line it uses and the statistic it uses. But it is just a mean reversion trade. Another thing to think about is I don't know how best to show you this or think about this. The two initial balance trades, one is the mean reversion outside in, the IB failure. The other is the IB continuation, which means keeps going. Typically, the mean reversion, as with any mean reversion trade, would be applicable in a rotational or balanced market. More so, and the continuation trade would be suggested by a directional market. So, let's see. That's actually the reason, one of the reasons in my choice of vetting the IB high or low trades is because I would have two. I would have one for each market, each day configuration or context. I really wish Bookmap had offered bars, not candlesticks. I don't like them very much, and to me, bars are a lot simpler to read. I wouldn't have as much of an issue or need to get rid of the last price. Bar for me is clear as a bell. Where's the open? Where's the close? Where's the high? Where's the low? This way you got to interpret the color and this and that. And it's psychologically proven or scientifically proven that the more options you give the human mind to process or evaluate for a decision, the more likely it is that the human mind will defer, kind of start averaging them out and defer to what it seems to think is the best or the simplest. Maybe not not the accurate one. That's why some of these fellows that have lots of parameters associated with the setup, they struggle with that. I see some of the guys that have they're using the checklist thing from Bookmap and they've got 50 things or 20 things there. I don't know how the hell you do that. I have 3. And I need to be real careful about making sure they're happening when they're supposed to. But that's just me. And we're well into the initial balance zone, and we don't have anything to look at yet. If you're new here, welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. All that. This is my virtual trading journal. Completely transparent, fully accountable. This is a live AMP futures trading account funded by me. Real money. And if I was a brave boy and we weren't, and I knew for sure I could do this properly, I could put an order somewhere and you see it actually reflect in the book. But right now there's so much volume coming through, you don't really see that very much. It's not very easy to see. I've tried it a time or two. Yeah, the candles are for me to identify the sequential, and it may be stupid to you, and that's fine. Yeah, this is the data that happened in this bar. So if I am really focused, I can see, okay, then we put the low and then we came up across the high and then we closed down here. I have started changing some of the rules in the last 24 hours where rather than a close within the zone, it was just the higher low got into the zone. I was starting to recognize that might have some differences, and this is all stuff that I'll identify in more detail with backtesting and my homework in the last, in the evenings and on the weekends. I don't think you should make changes to your trade plan or certainly your charting rules, trading rules during the live market. That's when you're supposed to trade whatever it was you vetted and why you're standing there, in my opinion. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Just some other elements of my trade plan. I absolutely never move my stop away from entry, and I never move my T1. I do have the approved discretionary ability to trail my stop up and to move my T2 to a more logical looking target away from entry. More, I guess I could move it either way, but that doesn't seem sort of self-defeating because the trail is where I try to get that. I try to keep the T2 going away from entry and then the stop locking in where we going, by trailing. The theory. And I'm working on various iterations of that in the back testing. And I be honest with you, I'm still not real sure in my mind what's the best approach at the moment. And when you're vetting a trade, you put the trade on with the basic setup and you don't touch anything. Otherwise, you have no statistics. You've ruined the data set. If you move your stop, move your T1, if they're not consistently at the same level every time, that trade cannot be part of the data set. After the vetting, which is where I am now, I can have the discretion of trailing the stop up, assuming that it's long, and moving the T2 away. Well, they almost cleared that string of singles. Remember I said when they get in that string of singles, they'll eat them? Oh, there you go. Right to the bottom of the distribution. right there. It's just normally expected. Same idea here. It's just easier to see a string of singles over on the market profile for me, so that's why I point that out there. Well, let's get back to Blue Boy here. I don't see anything, you know. We're not nearing a trigger zone or a rule here or whatever you want to call it. So let's watch the bluest of boys over here. What are we going to do now? Up? Down? Who the hell knows? One thing about the market you can be sure of, you can predict with certainty, 100% certainty that the market is going to go up or it's going to go down. A fact that a lot of traders don't like or seem to disagree with or have a hard time accepting is this is a binary event. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's only going to tick up or it's going to tick down. That's it. Horizontal movement, we put on it with time. That's the reality of it. And here's a saying that you hear all the time that you probably thought had to do with a lawyer or something, but it's a statistical fact. Past performance is not indicative of future results. All of this has nothing to do with what's going to happen here or here. Time frame, fractal, you know. That's a fact, Jack. That is such a powerful thing for people to not want to believe. In the casino business, which is exactly the same, you know, the gaming business from the point of view of a casino is this exact strategy that we should be doing and that I'm using as a trader. And so did all of the rest of them, Simmons and Thorpe and everybody else. It's called the gambler's fallacy. And it's a known thing, and it's especially prevalent in roulette. Oh man, we've had 9 blacks in a row. The probability of another black has got to be next to 0. I'm going red. Absolutely not. Every spin, the probability is exactly the same. Every tick can either be up or down. It's like a coin flip. They actually, you know, they love it in the casino, of course, because everybody's all in, baby, on that other color. And a typical roulette wheel, I think started out black and red and used to be 50-50. And then they decided they need a little more edge for the house. So they added the 0 in Europe and then a double 0, green, both green in America. So that skews the edge a little more to the house. If, you know, I'm not a gambler, but that's what I read somewhere. The law of large numbers. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's the fundamental deal. And guess where we are? All you boys and girls that were going to trade to the statistic. Well, we're 12 points below it. And we never tagged it. Not saying we're not going to, but until it is a statistic that's been satisfied, it is not. It's kind of like these rotational days. They're going to be rotational until they're not. And that's something that I don't know. I don't think there's any way you can determine in advance what's going to happen there, unless you're, secret fly on the wall in wherever. That's for sure. That's one of the things that'll catch you on your back foot frequently, and why you just need to trade a vetted setup, because that's going to happen, going to take losses. Casino knows gamblers are going to win. If there's an edge, the only mission in life is to rely on the law of large numbers, which means get as many occurrences of that setup as humanly possible. That's why they're not emotional in casino. They could care less. All they want to do is, their only mission is to deal that 21 as many times as they can in 24 hours. Whatever the edge is, I don't know. I heard the edge in casinos in Las Vegas, or in America, I guess, for roulette is like 2.5%. So, and they make millions, because they spin that sucker God knows how many million times a year. Oh. Well, we get back to just regular old book map here pretty quick. There we go. Get Blue Boy on the job and go fill up the water bottle and God knows what, huh? I don't know if anybody was watching the overnight, but I was. We traded way down in here at one point when I last looked. We were right at these lows, and then brought it back up almost to where the dump started, way below yesterday's lows. Well, let's see. We can look at that on the map of books over here. Here you go. No, these are all RTH, so stand by. Probably the easiest way to look at that would be book map again. So here is the previous RTH low. And here's the ETH low. So 1632. Well, 16 handles essentially lower than yesterday's RTH low in the overnight. And then brought it all the way back up here to the open. 50 handles. And the sell-off was breathtaking. And right out of the open of the ETH, it was straight down 75, 80 handles without an uptick. Just kaboom. And they only brought it back when London fired up. Why? Who knows? Whatever. Got no clue. Okay, what is Junior? Who's that? What is today? Hey, Ron, what it is, pretty dramatic ETH session, and now they're just kind of whimpering around up here with a rotational up and down. Haven't taken an IB yet. So here we sit. Here we are. I'm going to sneak away, get a water bottle full, bio break. Somebody let me know if I'm rich. Oh, okie dokie. I still haven't figured out if I need to go back to the VPOC migration flags that I used to be so a stickler about. I don't really think so. I think I like the Blue Boy idea. Now it's easier, and then this column is less cluttered up, and what I'm talking about here is Antonio knows, Ron probably may or may not. I used to flag the VPOC migration. Just slap one of these. Well, what the damn is going on with this mouse? Like this. Because I used to keep my time line on 5 minutes. So obviously this yellow brick road would scroll off the left and I wouldn't know where it had been through the day. Now with Blue Boy on the job, I can see I keep the whole session visible until I anticipate interacting with the market to trade, and then I can do that. And if I go back to using the VPOCs here, the migrating POCs, I'm going to start adding a number behind them so that I know the sequence that they occurred, because if they're just flags up and down, how do I know what's going on or when? Not if that matters, I don't know. Thinking out loud here. Yes, sir, Bobby. Here we are. All dressed up and no place to go, huh? What do you suppose what does this look like going on over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days. Pretty balanced profile, pretty rotational, pretty much of a consolidation. Do I think they're going to jump up here to the all-time highs? Well, I guess if they haven't run out of drugs yet back wherever they are that are trading this, probably for the holidays, but I don't know, the Santa rally and the this and that, and I don't know if any of those kind of things that we used to, all the, the old isms that we used to think were so kind of truisms, seasonality, that kind of stuff. I don't know if those are off the table now, kind of with what's going on or not. I'm real anxious to see a signal happen so I can figure out if all the work I'm doing in the evenings here and stuff is paying off. Not that I'm changing the rules any, but I'm trying to get the signals on this chart to fire uniquely and sequentially and uniquely as they do really in the system. Once we have the A, the IB statistic, it doesn't throw any more A's. Once we have the B or, continuation or pullback, it doesn't put any more of those out. That record is flagged up here. And that's why I've opened these two quote pages with all the VPound numbers on there to track if it's working right. And then the trigger. But the system, the signals as they were firing all over the place whenever that specific system or that specific signal was triggered, irregardless of any of the previous stuff, because I hadn't gone the extra step of coding it all up with the V-pounds on the follow-up stuff. So I've done that the last couple nights. We'll see what happens. Mainly that it wasn't a problem for me. I knew A had to happen before B and B had to happen before the trigger. But I share these with anybody that wants them, and specifically some guys, Garrett, for example, and Static has been really, thinks it's a great help and is leaning on it. And so I was trying to make it more user-friendly for both, well, for he, me, and anybody. And what would be really ideal is if I could figure out, or I should say when I figure out, I guess, how to get the signals, get the signals to fire here. Then I don't have to be diverted different places. And I don't have to, be changing this from the last one and the candlesticks and all that noise. I already have the levels and zones. So the next is the signal to fire. I don't know how to do that, but I guess I'll figure it out. And of course, then the ultimate is algorithmic. The signal, the system works as advertised, trades live over here, and get rid of bookmap, and get the ATM in the basement. And then I woke up. Obviously, that's tongue in cheek, but on the other hand, hey, Citadel, BlackRock, any algorithmic trading house, that's how they're making their money. So I guess it's not out of the scope of possibility. Renaissance, the most famous, of course, is Renaissance Technologies and the Medallion Fund. That's the most successful trading hedge fund in all history, and they are 100% algorithmic, and they absolutely will hire nobody with finance backgrounds. It's all PhDs, computer scientists, data scientists, mathematicians. And started by Jim Simmons, so it's easy to, Google it if you want to listen to some interesting stuff. And Ed Thorpe, I think was his name, mathematician from, I think, UCLA, was the first guy that worked out the idea of gaming theory and probabilities, and took some of his students over to Vegas, and they won so much they got promptly kicked out. And then he went on to start his own hedge fund and make, gazillions of dollars. And Tom Sosnoff, same thing. Interesting story about Tom and Thinkorswim. And this is as told by him. You can find it on YouTube somewhere. They were floor traders from the 80s in the options pits in CBO in Chicago. He and his partner, Chris, I think it is. And they decided that they had made a pile of money, obviously, and that they were going to build that they thought the world needed or retail stuff was coming on strong, and they wanted to build a trading platform. So they built Thinkorswim, which was bought by TD Ameritrade for $1 billion, and then bought from TD Ameritrade by Schwab for somebody else for another bunch of billions. So Tom and his partner became billionaires off of that. Then they built Tasty Trade and have sold that to somebody else for another $1 billion. The funny part of the story is they were floor traders. They got Tasty Trade, Thinkorswim all built up and everything, and they were thinking it was all great, started to roll it out, doing testing, and they were starting getting all this feedback. Hey, where are the charts? They had never used charts to trade in their life. They didn't even know that traders cared about that. And this is as Tom Sosnoff telling the story. And he hurried up and got on the phone to some colleague or some guy he knew in California who had was developing a trading package that had a charting package within it, and they leased that charting package from him for Thinkorswim until their guys got one built up. They didn't even realize traders cared about it because they had never used charts in their entire careers as market makers and floor traders. Isn't that funny? Interesting, useless tidbit. Well, what do we got going on now? Zippity doodah. What's happening over here? What does this profile indicate? What would you think? Open lower, trade down, don't get anywhere, build the bulk of trading volume at the top. What would that be? In market profile isms, that's indicative of short covering. And also, they cleaned up the singles. Big selling tail. What are we doing? We're sitting on a doji right now, or whatever that thing is. Meaning indecision. Unless the random risk man takes the stage soon and does something dramatic, we don't really have any auction disruptors on the horizon except the bond auction at the 30-year, which, the bond auction is the real backbone of the markets, but the bonds and the notes, but bond market. But I don't know. We could do this and just, there we are. Like I said, it's, it doesn't take you don't have to be a real imaginative to see that this is just about as balanced and, equal, distribution as you could imagine, with taper and kurtosis at both ends, and POCs pretty much sock up in the center, and, there you go. There you go. Coiling up to do something. That's the thinking a lot. Also could be just, we're going to just trade out here. They got the big, everybody was foaming at the mouth, dizzy, waiting for the Fed cut, and then they got that, and they zoomed it up for a minute, and then the RTH opened, and they fell out of bed over something Oracle said. Can you imagine that? Imagine that we're in a situation in the market is so starved for some sort of economic input that a comment in an Oracle earnings call about going to spend some money on another data center, like that's just what we need. And the market sells off 90 or 100 ticks, or 100 points. I mean, I don't think so. I think it's looking for stuff. I think a lot of times the market is looking for a reason to do something. I think one of the best examples of that is right here. This 229 handle catastrophe based on a Trump tweet on Truth Social, which A, was not based on anything that had really happened, and B, what he said he was going to do in retaliation to what he thought had happened didn't happen either, you know? So it was basically a nothing burger. The market was looking for a reason to do that, I believe. I don't think, you know, he would probably love to think he had that kind of authority over the markets, but I don't believe that's really what it is. That's bigger than the dump we got on the world famous tariff rose garden thing. So I don't know. It's kind of like last night. I don't know. Oracle's not necessarily one of the top news makers, you know. I don't even know if Oracle's part of the Mag 7, is it? I don't know. Oh boy. Fresh dumplings. Hot, fresh, homemade dumplings. Ooh. Asian dumplings. One of the things that might have had some impact, or contributed to that big sell-off is this big news thing you may or may not have seen about Paramount and Netflix trying to buy the mother company that owns, among other things, CNN, and Oracle, and Larry Ellison's son, who's also a billionaire. How nice would that be? Is heading that thing up, and is doing it at the request of Trump, so that they would buy CNN and then can everybody there that has anything to say about, because that's the one news source that's pretty much on the other side of Fox News, right? So at least that's what I'm reading in Financial Times and stuff. So, what a crazy world. What a crazy world. Those are good. She's an amazing lady. So here we are. What do you think? Go for a run? Go get some exercise, soak up some outdoors, something. It's only 10:20. I'm curious to see, I'll be curious to see who's right with that bond auction. Typically, it's always at noon. They are always at noon. I don't know what investing.com is, where they came up with this, where they came up with this, but they're sticking with it. They're saying that it's in 39 minutes, and these other fellers are saying, what are they saying now? Do they change their tune? No, they're still holding on 12. And I'm not going to I don't watch any other news stuff or certainly any social media. And so I'm going to just stand by. That's exactly what they're saying up here. Oracle. Huh. I don't believe that for 5 minutes. You know, does it make it? When was the last time anything Oracle said or did moved the markets, or that you was the news event you cared about or that you heard about? Only just now to do with this AI a little bit, and this big deal with his kid trying to take over whoever it is, so they can get control of Fox News and flip the, you know, and do their duty to Trump, according to what I read. I have no clue. Once again, no statement, no clue, but it seems pretty bizarre to me. I think the thing that worries me, being an older American, is first I can't imagine the changes that are happening that I see in the country. The disregard for the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and basically the disruption of the balance of power between the legislative, the judicial, and the executive. And more disturbing is the flagrant disregard for those things that nobody seems to care about, you know? I can promise you that if somebody had a big news conference and gave somebody $1 million to vote for somebody, that's called buying votes. That's against the law. And Elon Musk is all over TV doing it in the last election. What the hell? I don't get it. That really surprises me. It really surprises me. You know, just spiriting people off in the middle of the night and flying them to goofy countries. Jesus Christ. Whatever happened to, due process and habeas corpus? And I don't know. That stuff is all in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I thought that's where we still were, but maybe not. I don't know. Puzzle. Pretty strange. Pretty strange. When they're not. What are these guys saying on Static or somewhere here? What the hell is that? What kind of program is that even? Oh, Trading View or something like that again. No, you know, I'm all excited to see what's happening with the signals after my big extravaganza last night. And of course, we have a P-shaped, balanced day going on. I think I might have said this before, the other day, whatever, but somewhere or another I heard, and I don't really remember where, Dalton maybe, or maybe it was Tom, maybe it was JP, that typically price will rotate within inside the IBs until the higher time frame is who takes it out of the IB, has the horsepower and the deep enough pockets to take it directional. Kind of makes sense. And you know, if you're looking for a setup to vet, I should know the statistic, but I don't. There are more statistically, there are more rotational days than there are directional days. I know it's stupid for me to say something and not know the stats, but there you go. Oh, those dumplings are good. Yum. Well, I guess I can music up here. I thought I was, but maybe not. Try this one on for size and see what happened. I don't know anything about this. If it's terrible, somebody tell me. I don't hear the music. It's all just, unless I put it on a headset, it's dark and quiet in here. So if this is terrible, somebody let me know. Trade balance minus 52 billion. So they think that that's a good thing. It's green. 236,000 initial jobless claims. That's doesn't seem like the job market's doing too well there to me. And the White House gal, press, what's her name? Something Levitt. Don't remember. Briefing at 12, and then they're sticking with the 30-year bond at 12 o'clock. And we still have it over here on the investing.com side. Search this shit. Me. Search me. Ooh, lots of volume today. Wow. Oh, that's the NQ. Okay. There we go. I was going, whoa, what's this? 1.3 million. 1.3 million so far. That's the NQ. But the ES and MES are very high. We're up here at almost 1 million on them, which is a hell of a lot of volume. What's going on? 96% volume per average and 3.75 points per 1 minute ATR. Oh, there you go. Pretty much normal, huh? There you are. I guess normal has become abnormal now because much random goofiness all the time. I saw a real interesting piece on the repo market. I'll try to find that and post it in notes here. Final for TAM today, the last final for TAM today, and then it's Jesus, Christmas, New Year's break. Son of a gun, time goes fast. Wow. Well, look at that nonsense with the POC, huh? Phew. What does that tell you? They're just trading the living bejesus out of it right around here. You know, remember, it only takes one more contract traded to have it pull up here, and then one more to pull back down here again. I mean, it didn't even make it a tick over here, it doesn't look like. Yesterday was sort of expected, this kind of a rotational mess in anticipation of, you know, the Fed decision, but now what are they doing? They used up all their they used up all the good drugs yesterday, and now now they're just rummaging around through the drawers looking for something left over. I don't know. And pretty quick, we have to start considering the fact that, you know, anybody that's on the A team as far as trading goes is, you know, heading for Aspen or doing something else, because we're the 11th of December here. And I don't see much of a Santa Claus rally yet, but you never know. Now this is. Let's see if I can figure this out. These kind of days, and well, any kind of a trading day, I guess, you need to really be aware of your monkey mind, which is what I call, Tom, I think, refers to it as Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde. And different people have different euphemisms there, but all of those psychological things that everybody makes a lot of money writing books about: FOMO, desire to be right, confirmational bias, the ability of humans to spot patterns that aren't really there. That's confirmational bias. It's been wired into us, right? That was evolved into us from over the period, all of history that we've been evolving as a species. Way back when, it's what kept us alive. It's what kept our ancestors alive and allowed them to pass the genes down. And if you know anything about, breeding cattle or whatever else, breeding anything, that's how it works. Selective adaptation, selective breeding gets the characteristics and stuff that you're looking for, or that, that's how it turns out. And so FOMO and fear of missing out and wanting to be right, predicting, confirmational bias, seeing patterns that aren't there, all that stuff is cooked into us. So in my opinion, the only way to deal with all of that is you're never going to get rid of it, because it's part of you. It's part of your DNA, I think. Part of us. So be continually, aware of the here and now with you. Not so involved in the market that you forget the fact that you're not breathing, or your legs flying up or down, or whatever else it is, and don't act on those things. Go, oh, hi, monkey boy, why don't you go out and play in the backyard? Or, FOMO guy, or whatever, however you want to think about it. That's the only way, that's the way I deal with it. And I say it every day. In trade, same thing. Even if it's a vetted trade and it's something I know, and this is only micros, I still feel that adrenaline rush and want to see that T1 hit and all that kind of stuff, I mean, that's just, it's amazing, but it's there. And some people, don't recognize that, and they overtrade and make up reasons. And today's a great day to start making up reasons to have a trigger. And there isn't one. So that's just that, my point of view. Something to think about anyway. Boredom. Something else that's really important that I need to put a hotkey for, and I always forget about it. And this is also not so much to do with our evolution. And I don't mean to evolution or creation, however you want to think this whole thing started. I think everybody agrees we've been developing as a species for a long time. So that's what I mean by evolving. Not to piss off any of the creationists out there who might be listening to this. One of the things that's really important to realize, especially in a market like this today, I don't know how you were raised, where you were brought, anything about that. I know that I was raised with a real predominant developed work ethic. You know, expect reward for the effort you expend. Day's work for day's pay, you know, whatever. Pick a thing you want out. Trading is absolutely not that way. There is no relationship between effort and reward in trading. In fact, often it's the other way. Now, are we going to get an IB stat here? And I'm going to need to be thinking about this. Let's hope so. So that's important to be aware of. You know, and there's 3 positions. Remember, there's long, short, and flat. Some of the best traders in the world all say that, you know, you have a setup, you wait for that setup to materialize, and you take advantage of it. You don't just make them up. And it's some of these guys that figure that if they're standing here or sitting here in front of the screen, they better be clicking something. That does not have a positive outcome long term, typically. Okay, so I've got this thing happening over here. Why in the hell are we doing this? This is the problem that I have. And here we are on the signals meter and the thingy-majiggers over here. So I don't know why all of a sudden you suppose we're trading up there. Well, they need to make some money. They need to get retail on their back foot, I guess. Let's see what happens. Now, the signal that's supposed to be the case for the initial balance statistic, which would be right here. Price trades through the initial balance level. The open is below it. The close is above it. The preceding bar to the signal bar has a open lower than the close. Typically, preferably below the IB. This is in the case of, you know, the IB high and trading up to it. So that's the statistic that I would be looking for. That would be the first signal, or the A signal over here. And of course now, if, you know, as I was saying earlier, if none of this crap I'm doing to do with the initial balance means anything, and you have a vetted trade that's mean reversion, what happened? Outside in. Outside in. Now we're back up here again. Are we going to get an outside in? Yeah, maybe. Well done. What have we done so far? We've just rotated around here. Might well come right back down, not having achieved the initial balance, which brings me back to the don't trade in anticipation of the statistic. Because if you did right here and you were abso-freaking-lutely sure we were taking that IB out and you got long, guess what happened? If you're trading a risk neutral plan like I got, you're stopped out. So, do I think they're going to take the initial balance high? I think they're going to take probably one of them, because the probability of taking neither is 1.7%. The probability of taking one or the other is 98.3. Remember? Statistics, probabilities. Not a hunch, not a guess, not a oh maybe, not a this or that or something else. It's a probability and a statistic. I don't know what else to say. Now I can, Monkey Boy, I can feel the adrenaline, you know, some excitement going on here. I can probably hear it in my voice too, I suppose. I'm no different than anybody else. I'm just a superior being, of course, but you know. Okay, there's the initial balance trade right there. The stat has been achieved. There we go. Now what we need to do is have a close up here, which we will likely do. Oh, this is great. We've got both signals fired over here. Let's see if they stick there. And here's the part I'm worried about. I don't see the corresponding V-pound variables, and I don't know how often the damn thing sets or what it does, but there ought to be. I should have corresponding variables here to keep this from firing other stuff. Ah, there we go. So it happens on the bar close. Okay, cool. So there's the A, and there's the signal that's correct. Now, let me stop babbling and get on to something else over here. Okay, let's get back to Bookmap. Get my trading cap on. Reminds me of Jim Dalton. I never want to say that again. What happened? Nothing. We took a statistic. We have an A signal. What is price doing now? Well, it's trading down to the pullback zone. If it closes down here, we're going to get a B. If it penetrates down here, we're going to get a B, which we just did. And now, if we trade up to the trigger, this is get shortville over here. And the trigger being here. And I'm not getting a B. Damn it. I got to figure out what's going on there. 81, 281, 80. That looks all right. It should be, the system should be throwing a B, printing a B over here. It's meeting the requirements. So I'll be using the stream to reference what the hell didn't work right. I really hope I get this worked out so Garrett, so that it's easy for Garrett and or whoever to use. Well, why don't we get short? Well, because we don't have a trigger. We don't have the third component of the vetted trade. Is it going to fly off and do a mean reversion? Maybe. Am I going to be on it? Nope. Now I'm pissed off about why I don't see a B going on over here. Okay. Oh, wait. Will we get a B up here? Ooh, maybe. And I hope I see a trigger, but I'm not sure I'm going to see that either. The V-pound variables are setting up okay. There's the B. Oh, wait. Huh. I'm going to stop focusing on the... I'm not even showing you what I'm looking at. I'm going to stop focusing on this stuff and focus on the setups that are actually having some impact on the trading over here. And be genuinely pissed that I didn't get a trigger off here for the short. Obviously, boop, the trigger almost T2. And mind you, the system has not gotten anything yet, which I'll show you if it fires an order. Come on, baby. Get up. Get on up there. Oh. So close, but yet so far, yeah? Better have a dumpling. Have a dumpling on it. Well, we're going to know if the bond auction's at 11, at 11 or 12 in a minute, in 8 minutes. FOMO, getting to you? You want to be on that short? Oh, baby. This is where you need to be real vigilant about signals, proper cadence of the trade you've added. If you're mean reverting, like I said, if that's the setup that you've added, what a pleasure. And look at what it is. If you look on it's double top, right? And if you squint real hard, it's a 3-bar reversal. And you can make up all kinds of things. You can, I'm sure, what's that guy's name? The guy that does fair value gaps and stuff, what's he call himself? Anyway, I'm sure he's got a zillion rules for, things that happen there. He's got lots of them. Wouldn't it be nice to be on that short? Freaking-lutely. Am I? Nope. Am I going to chase it? Nope. And again, of course there's FOMO. Of course you wish you had, I wish I would, a remorse, or I don't know what they're all called, but yeah, of course I would. Wish I was short. Hell yeah. It's 20 handles. Right there. No, not quite, because it would have only been here 15. Can't you just hear all the people that that got stopped out and spanked, anticipating that I'd be high? Oh man, just they targeted my stop and it just went right to where I was going. Yeah, well, maybe don't anticipate that stuff and change that thought process. Just a suggestion. Worked for me. I mean, it works for me. Let me put it that way. Everything she makes, like the sauce, has got some homemade chili sauce in it. Makes me. Figured out why that picked up the flag I was missing for that the IB the B. We don't have a trigger, so that's not the point, but this should have been an IB, should have been a B flag, waiting only for the trigger. And the reason is I don't have the corresponding VPOC variable setting right properly, or whatever. Now what are they going to do? Get back up here and get us a trigger? And then what am I going to... Now I'm going to be in the on that old bull dilemma. I'll take the trade, but you know, I talked about this yesterday, and I think about it every night, and I don't. Anybody have a suggestions? Pipe up. Okay, we have an A, we have a B, we don't have anything we get up here for a trigger. Now, I should take the trade. Short. But after all this price action, that's a little bit hard to swallow for me. And I was thinking yesterday out loud about I need to have some sort of a context. Maybe this is just monkey boy thinking over here during the trading session when you shouldn't make any changes, but maybe I need to have some sort of a context filter, you know? The only way to know that is to think what that filter would be, and then you have to backtest it. You run a backtest without the change. You put on the change, then you run the backtest. That's the only way I know to do it. And you can only make one change at a time, obviously. So then you know what the hell happened. Oh, I didn't notice. Yeah. I just noticed the stream is playing on my upper monitor from my other machine over there was only 720p. I just yeah, so everything is streamed here 1440p 60 FPS, so you can just go to the gear icon thing on YouTube and make that a lot more and make it high def, which is what I'm doing. What I push, what I stream. Yeah, back to the thoughts here. Don't know what to think. I'll take whatever trade it is, whether it's going to work out in my favor, and then I'll be mad and grumpy, but you know, I don't know what else to do. The system would do that. So I guess that's a thing I could do. Didn't think about that yesterday. If the system fires a trade, I have no question, there's no doubt that I should take the trade. Even if, you know, because that's what it is. That's what it says. And we're not at an area where there is a signal to take a trade yet. Nothing has been signaled or triggered, so just thinking in advance here, anticipating. Yesterday, no trades. Intentionally so, because the margin requirements were raised to 25% until after the Fed meeting. And I figured if they imagine that the market is that much more risk involved, then I probably need to keep my nose out of it. Also, there was a trade signal, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, after 2. I have a prejudice about trading, you know, the power hour late in the day. I have end of day rules in the trading system which flatten everything out at 14:30. I can change it, but at 14:30. So to get into a trade at, you know, like 2 o'clock, 1400, I don't know. That's another one I got to think about long and hard. And I can limit that pretty easily in the what if idea on the in the back test thing. So I can test that out over the weekend. What's the you know, what's the relationship, just like before? If I allow myself to take trades at 2 o'clock, and I guess another one that would be good to do is to see how many trades it actually takes. And remember, I'm back testing 500 days and over 1,000 trades, so that's representative. All done and dusted so I can move on to the next setup and, you know, just trade, for Christ's sake. Yeah. Painful, huh? Imagine on my side of the monitor. Oh, are they going to get all excited and get up here and take a trade now? Get a trade in? Let's check. No, I can't even talk. Chili burned out my vocal cord. Okay. 1 minute. That's 5 minutes. Holy crap. That's amazing, isn't it? That's 1 minute. Wow. Nice Greedle. Well, I have the first class passenger here is demanding a water bottle refill, so I guess I'm going to have to step away for that. I'm going to give this a minute to see if these yahoos run it up here for a trigger. Excuse me. Well, one more push up and it'll trigger the short, I think. Unless I'm completely out there like Pluto, which is, you know, it's always an option. So we're on, we're set, we're over here. I'm going to want to hit a right click instead of a left. And here comes the big dilemma, always I have. Where to put the entry here in the target zone. Down here on the target zone, which is valid. It trades through here. You've only got one more point to a stop. See, like right there. Now that, in my opinion, was a target, was a trigger, and it did fire on the other side too. Let's go with that. Let's see what we do.
Order submitted.
And we'll probably get stopped because now they're doing something special. Oh, that might have been the bond auction. Maybe they did have the bond auction. Well, the system took a trade too, so okay. Personally, I don't hold out hopes for this because we've got these levels just above us, yeah. So let's see if we can get a scale out of it. That'd be pretty snazzy. Come on down a little further there. Come on down. Monty Hall, come on down. Never did watch those daytime things, but they were sure famous for years. No, it's the wrong way. Look at there, one tick. Huh? Isn't that something, how that happened? Isn't that something? Jesus. Go figure how that happened. Go figure. I don't like that. I don't like that consolidation. And I don't move my stops, so that's not a good idea. I mean, that doesn't bode well. Sure disappointing how one tick can make all the difference in your emotional well-being, isn't it? And you're trading bottom line and all that stuff. You know you want one more tick out of that thing. Now come on, girls. Who's not pushing here? Well, I'm gonna fill up her water bottle and see what happens. Well, what happened? I left and you guys didn't do me any favors now. What kind of friends are you? I'm not crazy about these big buy divergence going on here. That's not very special. It is kind of irritating to just get within one tick of that risk neutral scale, though, I'll tell you, isn't it? Another example of how to get those entries so they're asymmetrical. Not that it's going to probably make any difference at this point, but there you go. Stop. And now it'll want, will it one ticket? I suppose it's going to go up here and revisit these levels up here. And if I had a different way of figuring this out, it would still be in the trade. You know what I mean? I don't know what to think. The system now isn't stopped out yet. It will be here pretty quick, I think. Oh yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Entry T1. Now this did tag T1. You see the little difference in entry, one tick up, got this a risk neutral scale. So that's I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to. I don't know. And maybe we're going to get a signal for a long too. Think about it. Let's think about that. What the hell is going on now? I think it'll be a long signal down here. Now I'm confused. There's an A, if I'm not mistaken. This would be the B. And this would be the trigger. For long. We didn't get it, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, so the system got in up here and got the risk neutral scale by that one tick. Damn, I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what to do about that. That sucks, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that's what we had. I think that's a little bit much there, isn't it? That might be better. Yep. Just that one tick above the IB. That scale. Yeah. Yeah, boy. And here are those levels that I assumed we were going to take, and we are. And this trigger for the long would have been fine, but as it stands right now, there's a loss by a tick. How in the hell am I going to deal with that? I mean, something needs to happen there. Something needs to happen there. That's a discipline. E pluribus pisser. And now we're going to get the same crap we got over here. The possibility of it. And this is something I need to think about. If price gets too far away from the triggers, do I cancel the signal? You know, these are things that I've got to figure out how to deal with. And here's another instance where we didn't get the trigger. It went up here to these targets. What happens if it comes back down here and we get the trigger? I don't know that it's going to give me that opportunity, but I would take the trade, but I would be going, you know, I don't like, typically in my other world, in my other life, I considered breakouts of FOMO error on my trading, because for me, it was a FOMO, you know, it was a fear of missing out kind of thing. And I realized breakout trading and trend following, all that is are real valid, you know. The turtles made hundreds of millions of dollars doing that, but just the way I felt, and that's why I'm trying to overcome those. Put Monkey Boy out in the backyard and do this systematically and intelligently. Now we have a huge 3-bar reversal happening. And if I get a long signal, what the hell am I going to do? Well, son of a gun, huh? If I were just trading this purely out of discretion, I would have certainly taken a long. I mean, my initial reaction would have been long. I think I actually said it, long to these targets up above, these statistics, which we have now taken out. So now I'll be hard pressed to think about this long that's going to probably get triggered when we get down here. I don't know. Don't know how to deal with that. And I don't mean psychologically deal with it. I mean, what do I do programmatically within the system, within my trading rules, to deal with that, prevent that, address that, forget about it, and just, keep going with the three, which have a statistical edge? I don't know. A few days in a row now, this same thought has come up. One of the things that's really important in my world is not taking a trade counter trend. I don't think that's, and essentially what are we doing here? Well, essentially we're doing higher lows and higher highs, and this was a short, so that wouldn't be something that I would, consciously have thought about doing. I'm not a, one of those pick the tops people. So that's what I was thinking, as I was talking about yesterday and thinking now is, how do I filter zigzag, maybe higher highs, higher lows? How do I filter that in the system? So I stay on the side of context. And I'm not going to get an opportunity to tell what I would do if it comes down to this trigger from the looks of it. Or I don't know. I don't know, it may just be my imagination, but it seems like a long time, or a while since I've had a target trade. A lot of scratches and the first loss, I think, in a while. But I don't remember. Yeah, it's weird. I'll have to look at my deal there with Static. Well, did we have the bond auction or not? I'm dying to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Well, I don't know what's going on with that, but that's getting real freaking annoying. I'm not doing anything except moving my mouse. Well, they better hurry. They better hurry up, I guess. And now they've got it redone. Okay, what I thought. Yes. Well, bummer. Yeah, I need to think about that. I can easily throw in a button flag in the a button on the chart, backtest chart, trigger chart, that prevents an entry one way or the other. But that's not going to work for the all-important backtesting. So I don't know what to think. Disappointing though. That's really a bummer. He said. And now, as a rearview mirror guy, I knew right away that I was going to double tick this, and I'm on and blah blah. This does piss me off. One tick to risk neutral scale, and they're going to pretty well get their rocks off up here, and then who knows what they're going to do with it. I'd be hard pressed to take the trigger, but I'll have to because it's part of the game. It's part of the commitment, just like getting up every morning at 6 and starting this stream every morning at 8, and it's part of the commitment. I wanted to get out for that couple of miles here at lunch, but now I'm pissed, right? Now I need to stand here and not pass up any trade, not make up any trades, but certainly not pass up any trades that might, because that's the whole thing. You got to take them all. You can't just pick and choose. I have to try to approach this like the computer. And, I'll have to wander back over to the TLab again one of these times and ask one or two people if they want to, what those stats actually are on those vetted trades, those structured trades that they say they're taking. I hope somebody's actually doing it, and they're doing it in an easier way than I am. This is a hell of a lot of work. Over. This is a lot of work. Over. don't know why those have cleared. Wait a minute, where is it now? Okay. These V pound variables have cleared. Except these C longs over here. Yeah, it's still resting on an A and a B up here, whether they've printed properly or not, and they haven't. The trigger would be the 4. Aw, come on, man. One tick from a risk neutral scale, and then I wouldn't care. And now, you know, 5 ticks from the trigger, and up they go. Jeez, the magic of trading. And some discretionary guys, I'm sure, well, Rod made some comment, oh, look at that, LOIBF, he took the IB failure back here. Wasn't triggered, but, and he probably got, you know, 10, 20 ticks, 10 or something ticks, or points out of it. I don't know what to, you know, I don't know how to address it. I don't know how to approach this other than the way I am, which is systematically. If I want to change the rules, then I need to do that and then address it in the back test and then in the stream prior to the open and then grade it. Where the hell are they anyway? Well, if they could pull back, we still have these highs up here to take out in the MCVPOC, but it wouldn't be, yeah, I don't know. It left without me. One flippin' tick. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? And now nothing. Nothing gonna happen for me up here now. How disappointing. I mean, the pullback, should it come back to the trigger? It would make sense. What's the context? Up. What are we doing? Higher highs, higher lows. That would be all warm and fuzzy. I'd like that. I don't like this IBF at all, but it signaled, and that's what you do. That's what I've got to do. It is just really a pisser that one tick on my entry made the difference. And there's a lot of things you know, 1,000 things go through my mind. Okay, so what do I make a mental rule when I'm going to put the manual trade on? Do I put the resting order at the far side of the trigger zone, which would have made the difference here? Do I put it at IB, which is kind of where I had it here? Certainly not down here. Now, what the problem is going to be is all the times that you get up here, triggered in, all the times that you're resting orders up here and you don't get taken into, you know, you don't get filled. So there's that. Yeah, I don't know. I know this is a bummer. Gets pretty weary just standing here watching this and then have something silly like that happen, you know. I have no, yeah, it happened, but it's just, it is maddening, you know, one tick. And think about what's required. The millions of people and machines interacting with the market didn't take one more tick off the bottom of that. Isn't that something? What do you suppose the odds of that are? I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to calculate them, but you know what I mean? It's got to be pretty phenomenal. And more of the same, you know, more. At least if we get a pullback here, this is buying the dips to this trigger. How deep the dip goes, that's another question. But that's better than selling a high, which is what this turned into. And that's what the IB failure trade will always be, because it's mean reversion, it's outside in. It's a failure trade. And when that occurred, this was the high. Right there was the high. That's as far as the market had gone right there. So, you know, it wasn't out of the question that we would mean revert. We've done that 1, 2, 3 times. Yeah, you know. Times like these is when I wonder why I stopped drinking all the time. Oh, just kidding. Oh. Yeah. Well, we still have the RTH, the previous RTH high up above us. Look at there. See what revelation I've just discovered? Right here. Don't think it's a very high probability, but you know, now I'm busy. I'm so disappointed now. I'm busy trying to sort out why this trigger didn't happen right. And I'm pretty sure it's 0. I'll check that out, but not right now. And I have possibilities of me getting a trigger for a signal going the other way or going back again for the long. Are diminishing, right? Because it's moving away. How disappointing. How disappointing. Doesn't look like such far reach over here, but when you look at it over here, it looks kind of different, doesn't it? It's got to get down to this trigger zone, and then it's going to be kind of spooky. Spooky little girl like you. And here we go with here's another rule I need to get fixed in my mind. Do I consider these press conferences a report that I don't trade through? And the bond auction, the bond market too, come to think about it, in a few minutes. I don't know. I'm thinking I should just, that's another thing. This is one of the things that I have to figure out about the system itself, how to code that stuff in. Of course, when I do the back test, it doesn't know about that. It just does whatever. And you can bet there was plenty of reports and stuff in the last 500 days. That's the only thing that gives me a bit of solace about all of this, is that you know, and that's the way you're supposed to look at it. That's the back test. That's why you back test it over a large sample set. And if it's not breaking the rules, if it's not out of the data, if it's not out of the sample, then, you know, or out of the parameters, then okay. It's not broken. So the story goes. Wow, what do I do? I should have thought of this before. This is something that I need to have defined in my trade plan and in my brain before the, before the live trading environment. And it may not, I may not have anything to worry about. It may not get down to the trigger at all. But I'm trying to anticipate what's going to happen and what I will do when and if that does happen. And I don't really think I actually need to do much more than that. It's going to be pretty obvious if this comes down here and get along on. Here's one that bothers me, is with the developing value area high just below here, which was pretty much the stop right there. And you know, this is all in anticipation that I do get a trigger. Which is certainly not a slam dunk. Or even just a dunk, plain old dunk. Well, somebody's pipe up with a good idea here. I'm tired of thinking. And this is where Monkey Boy gets you, right? My mind is going, well, but look I'm starting to see, well, we're getting lower highs and lower lows, and would I take this long? Well, if it signals that that's what I should do, that's what I should do. That's where Monkey Boy gets involved with everything. Now, over here, I took it because that was the signal, but that was counter trend, so I'm gonna think that's a good idea for now. Well, guess we'll do some squats and leg lifts here and think about it. I could always just put a resting wear down there at the IB high and go for a walk. You know, the system would fire automatically and I'd either win or lose, right? It's 50-50, isn't it? I'll tell you what, I joke a lot about, having this thing trade automatically, the system and all this stuff. Boy, that'd take, I think, bigger balls than I've got to just turn that thing on, a live account, and go to the beach or whatever you do, whatever they say they're doing. Typically, I'm not too worried about the bond auction stuff because I'm usually away from the market. But bond auction and the old Blondie Puss doing the press thing there, it could turn into a big mess. That's another one I need to think about, is what reports are I'll stay away from any typical report, you know, PMI, PMP, all of those things. And this is going to be a trigger now. Let's see what happens here. Boy, this is a hard one for me to think about now. What do I do? Resting order here, here. Is it going to break all the way through and go, you know, alley-oop? I don't know. Hard to anticipate what to do. I don't think I have a lot of choice in the matter, but I'm trying to figure out this story with the entry, you know, one tick over here. I don't know. Excuse me. $12. Ugh. 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 12 o'clock in about 10 seconds. Well, I may not have to, I may not have anything to worry about. It may, the auction may hit before I have an opportunity to have a trigger. So, you never know. Oh, another minute. Sorry about that. I'm looking at something else. I'm looking at the clock on my phone, and I guess that wasn't very good idea. Well, if it gets this close to a trigger and I don't get in, and then it flies off the top of the chart, I'm going to be pissed as well. Well, there's 12 o'clock. This doesn't look like my day, huh? Well. One tick. I guess this is going to be a one tick wonder kind of a day. Huh? One tick from the T1, one tick from the trigger. Jesus. Go figure. Go figure. Not funny, but it is, I guess. What else can you do but laugh? What else can I do? Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches. And this is where FOMO, chasing, all that stuff can really eat your ass alive. This is why one of the reasons why I've sort of stopped replaying and trading these on the replay, because I don't know that it really helps. It can be so, this can make such a difference, you know? And okay, the fact that I know that, now, maybe if I went back couple months from now and then traded this action again to see what happened. But now that I'm doing it with the system like this, I don't think it's really that much help. And I'm trying to spend a lot of time getting the kinks ironed out of the little nuances ironed out on the system. So, at least on the signals, the visual signals. So, wow, what a drag. What a bummer. Well, didn't happen. And as these kind of days roll by, as the time ticks by, you start thinking, just do something so I can get in something. That's also boredom, or that misconception that there's a relationship between effort and reward when it comes to trading. I have no problem with the fact that I took this trade as it was signaled. I have a problem that by the luck of the draw and click of the mouse, I missed risk neutral scale by a tick. But I got no qualms otherwise. This is just, and over here is pretty frustrating. Missed the entry for a tick, and right now it's approaching 10 points. So, magic. And it's noon. It can rotate back the other way and rotate back to the... Oh, here's another question to answer here. What have we got going on down here? Well, 10,239. We got a ways to go to pull the VPOC up here anywhere. Oh, here's 10,000. No, 10,604. Why doesn't IRT have the VWAP down here, the VPOC over here? 10,604. So we need to get 10,605 somewhere up here to get a VPOC shift. That's a long way off. Rip down there. Rip down there and kiss that bad boy and then get up there. And get on up. Substantial volume today. When I looked last night, ES and MES were down nearly a percentage point on that big, whatever the hell that was at the Open, ETH Open. I don't know, but they didn't like that much. Just keep sticking up, going the wrong freaking direction. Needs to be here. You know? Oh well. Oh, freaking wow. Nelly Bell. Oh. Why the hell would that be that way? Oh, yeah. Cool. Run to all-time highs and whatever else, and, you know, thank you so much. Piece of crap. This truly sucks. Yeah. What's really funny, is look at all the times that price reacts to this line here. Yeah, if that's what you want, sure.
It's $83.
Yeah, well, I suppose this is something to do with the press conference or who the hell knows what. So disappointing. Well, well, well. God damn. Boy, that's enough to piss off the Pope, I tell you. Here we're setting up for the 12-to-1 stat, however. Watch this. Well, I have very little hopes of a trade today. To to square this off, you know. And here we approach the 1 o'clock hour here before too long. And so we got a couple hours left. I guess the bright side of the stuff is it's kind of a nice day out there. 45 or something. Sunny. I guess that's about 18 or so C. Okay. Well, here we go at 1 o'clock. Now maybe I'll be able to get something here and have a little peace and quiet. All right, so the press briefing is over now. Oh Christ, signing ceremony, okay, 1,500, no problem. All right. This fucking timing, it sucks, you know?
Very funny.
Yeah? Yep. What a pain in the ass. What a pain in the ass. Hi, Panda. What's up, little girl?
But did you not?
Yeah, of course. Hey, you bought what?
Brand new.
I know, you bought very
Yeah, brand new.
Yeah, never used. You had a whole bunch of purses and shoes like that too at one point. That you got in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, you got in Kuala Lumpur, yeah. Exactly. Now the girls are digging through stuff for potential Christmas stuff here. Anna's in here looking at me like, what's mom doing walking up and down jabbering Vietnamese? Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah? Let me guess. Are you asking me in kitty cat mind control world to give you a snack? Okay. I need to watch the market for a minute, and then we'll do some snacks. Would you give? Oh boy. Well, mom's got to do is wave at that cat twice and go, come on, Banda, and she's out of here like a shot for the snack department. Oh, man, I'll take the trade, but am I confident that this is going to be a good idea? Abso-freaking-lutely not. Not sure what to do about this. Not sure what to do.
Show you.
Oh. Frustrating. I'm starting to think that maybe MR's got the right idea. Just put the trading shoes away until the first of the year. I don't know. That's what several people in Static have done. They watch the market and come in the day and chit chat. But this is getting irritating. These are the times that try men's souls. Not sure who said that, but that's an old one. It applies. It applies right now, I'll tell you. It sucks. Pretty soon it's going to be 2 o'clock, 1400. Then it's going to be 1500, and then I'm heading for somewhere. This thing is making exactly no sense to me. I might have broken this thing worse than I thought. Oh, no, that's it. Okay. That's a failure. All right. Man, my eyes are starting. I guess I need a rest or break or something there. Well, it doesn't look like these boys and girls are going to give the old boomer a shot at another shot at it. Isn't that something? No respect. Falta rispetto. Falta rispetto. Well, I'll tell you, Antonio, I don't know if you're still around. I had some funny stories about that one in Angola. Oof. I hadn't thought of that in a long time. 69, the century figure. Look at there. Boy, they're excited now, aren't they? Son of a bitch. Wouldn't they have been able to come down and give me a tick, don't you suppose? Well, there they go for the previous all-time high, or previous RTH high. And they're not paying any attention at all to the fact that I needed a long, and they've now satisfied the 12-to-1 stat. So there you go. Bang, boom, bish, all at once. All at one fell swoop. And here's where a lot of boys and girls get the FOMO. Monkey Boy gets them with FOMO and chasing up here, this kind of thing. Well, pretty quick, I'm going to be not in the trade zone here. I'm trying to see what I can accomplish here with the straightening out this code stuff is what I'm trying to do. For lack of anything better to do, pretty flipping pointing, that's for sure. Well, anyway, let's see here now. What do we got going on? Nothing. Times 2. Certainly not going to trade a breakout. And, yeah. Well, there was one tick from the trigger, and there was one tick from the T1. So, all breaking my way here today, that's for sure. She says I'm teaching. No, you've got.
Well, it's
Oh, really? From where? From where? Oh, okay. Well, I'd be careful about that kind of thing because who knows now? Is this, you know what I mean? There's. Okay, well, up to you. How much is it?
It's
Yeah, well, it's not the end of the world if it's, you know, something less kind of thing if you never get it, but I hope you do. Good. Mhm. Sweet. Yeah, well, if that's what you like, that's what you like. God damn, this is frustrating. That's all right. I was just standing here trying to be not be catatonically. Bummer, you know. Definitely a bummer. Definitely a bummer. Really disappointing, but here we are at that all-time high, which would have been, or the previous RTH high, which would have been my trigger. I mean, my target, absolutely. So, I guess there's that. I will be pretty excited to not worry about this day much anymore. No trades possible for me at this point. So disappointing, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Much of a disappointing day. Can't get the signals to work, do what I want. My trade went upside down, and crap. And then more, and then some more. Crap, and then crap. Think maybe I just thought of something here. Feel like I need to accomplish something, right? While I'm standing here, watching the market do nothing important except just climb the stairs to the high that I talked about being a target long ago, and sure enough. And with that and 50 cents, you can go get yourself a cup of coffee 20 years ago, or 50, whatever. Make a phone call, right? With 10 cents, you can make a phone call. Boy, remember those days. Payphones. Let's see now. What would I be doing? IBC long. IBC continuation stat. So there's that. I'm not sure I needed to do this thing at all. Oh, wait. worth messing with. I'll just roll these things back to the way they used to be so the signals fire all over the place. It seems like it's a lot more work. I can't imagine why it is. That's the problem. It seems like I've accomplished a lot more complicated stuff than that here, but I don't know why I can't seem to figure it out. Anyway, what do we got? Oh, it's the power hour. Ooh, I'm so impressed. Well, not much to say about the power hour, huh? Not much to say about today for sure. So, backtesting. Well, what I've traded today, if you've been around, is a vetted trade. I won't be taking any more today because it's past 2 or 1400 and market on close signals fire at the bottom of the hour. Excuse me. And I'm only taking the initial balance trades, which means somebody's got to get down here and a bunch of, never mind. It's not going to happen. There were two. There was one trade here. Missed the risk neutral scale by a tick. Took a stop. Missed an entry here by a tick. And, prolonged. So there you go. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that's rearview mirror, and that's all about as valuable as a pimple on a hog's butt, it isn't at all. And those are the kind of things you can say and make it sound like you know what you're doing. Yeah, and that's not my mission here. Who am I trying to kid, right? So this is the system that I've backtested. What I've been messing with since I didn't have any trades set up was trying to get these signals were firing all over the place. In the system, they are only sequential. There's an A, then it waits till it gets a B, then it waits till it gets a trigger, then it enters short. Same way if it were long. But over here, it was firing A and different things all around the place. And I was trying to get them to just be sequential and then reset at the end of every trade as they do over here. And I'm struggling with that, so I'm going to stop struggling and unwind what I did, sort of, so that it's just back to the way it was, and the hell with it. Unless I can have an epiphany here today and, some stroke of genius hits me, which happens sometime, I guess. You just go, wow, man, why didn't I think of that before? So here's the really disappointing part. Well, I don't know about the really disappointing part, but a really disappointing part. This is the trade as taken by the system. Based on a more advantageous entry, the system scaled. So the system is risk neutral. As opposed to me, who missed or who didn't get as advantageous a entry and took the stop. So there you go. But the backtesting here is these rules, and this is the only way I know to approach it, systematically and logically, without just being all over the board and having a bunch of discretion and stuff involved in it. And with IRT, or with any backtest engine, I guess, you can set up the backtest. It's 495 days. MES, 2 contracts, what reports I want to see, the RTH session, and hit the backtest. 6 seconds to back test to evaluate all of these rules over 223,005 bars. 490 days, took 6 seconds. Revenue, 1,042 trades. Now these are meaningful, statistically significant values outside of, potential random distribution, etc. And here's more of a per trade thing. It's average winning trade 73.49. Average loser is 39.56. There's 319 winners and 311 losers. 2.49 profit factor. This is about 50% really, because IRT doesn't. This stuff was built before and built around the thinking of all in, all out instead of a scale. So it doesn't want to know about scratches. It doesn't understand that. So we've got 319 and 311 is what, 630. 630 trades that either were a loss or a win. That means that the difference between 630 and 1,000 is 412. 412 trades were scratch. So the way I do the calculation is 630. I divide 319 by 630, and that's the more accurate win rate, because these are scratch, so these are just a wash. The way IRT does it is it divides this by the total number of trades, because it's not expecting scratch. And I think that's probably the correct approach. Profit factors 2.49 at 8 winners in a row and 8 consecutive losers in a row. And if something that you need to do is evaluate every trade, all 1,007 of them, or whatever it was. The outcome of each and every one. Actually, pretty bad, isn't it? That's how you do it, and it gives you exactly each trade and what's going on here and what is going on here. What did I have this set up? Let's see. Oh, I think I have it set up to trail. And the way I can do what if stuff is over here. Something goofy there. So that's backtesting, and that's the way I think you need to approach trading. This is where I come up with the vetted trades, and that's what I'm taking on this side, because I know how the rules work. Because this looks complicated, but the rules are simple. There's only continuation and pullback zone around the IB high and the same on the low, and that's it. So there's only 3 rules. There's a statistic, pullback, or continuation, and the trigger. Boom. That's it. So that's what I'm trying to work out. I mean, I've got that part working. I'm trying to work out just the visual presentation over here with these signal markers. So it's not a crisis, but what I want to be sure I don't do is break something over here that's important. In the rules, right? Trying to get some stupid lipstick on the pig, who cares about that? So that's the way I approach backtesting and the way I think it should be done. Approaching trading as a business is, we all know, you find a setup and backtest it and come up with the statistics, positive expectancy, etc., and then you trade it. It's that simple. So I am going to stand by on that one until Bottom of the hour, I'll do the recap, and there we go. Then we'll stand by for the market on closing balance. Pretty shit day, basically. Disappointing, very disappointing. I mean, this is what happens, but still can't lie, it's disappointing. A lot of time and effort in this stuff, right? So, sure, you expect to have a bunch of losers, and you expect to have a bunch of winners, and you expect to have the consistency and the the expectancy and all that. But I want to, I like to. That kind of one tick thing is irritating, no question about it. And I don't even think that's not monkey boy. That's just goddamn. Come on, There we go. These kind of days are pretty freaking irritating because you don't, it's the law of large numbers. Remember? That's what's important here is the number of occurrences to make the statistic and the expectancy meaningful. Well, one trade a day isn't a big help. If you see what I mean. Boy, it's one of those days, huh? And there we go, around the final curve. I won't be disappointed to see this day come to an end. Nothing, I don't know, just blah for me. I guess just disappointed about that one tick stop, and then, yeah, going the way I had anticipated and not being able to get on it. That's more frustrating than anything, you know, just not having more than one trade signal. That's irritating to me. But hey, it's trading. What can you do? So let's take a look at the world famous recap so far. Ought to be pretty obvious what happened for the session. Irrational exuberance is in control. We are testing these highs up here and not too far up here to the all-time high. So I'm sure they're going to try to get that one in before Christmas. Basically just choppy, but, you know, higher lows and higher highs as near as I can tell. We took these singles and filled them in and then some. High volume again. Back more normal volume, I should say. Let's see what this thing says over here. Well, this says 78% at this point in time, which I find a little bit strange, but anyway, okay, I'll believe it. And only 1.5 points ATR for the 1 minute. So it's just been steadily winding down, slower and slower and slower. Not to be, you know, nothing surprising about that. It's, what, 10 days, 15 days of Christmas, 14 days of Christmas? People's minds are out the door and doing trees and flying here and going there, I suppose. So let's see now. Well, that is irritating. Tomorrow, we have no big reports or orders to look forward to here. This is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it however you want. Also, there's earnings, holidays, whatever else. We've got Costco reporting the after the bell. Broadcom after the bell today. Nothing on nothing before next Tuesday. What else we got going on around here? So that's the typical reporting one. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is free. Also, you can obviously they remind you with this thing about every 15 seconds. They'd be certainly tickled if you paid them. Over here is not what I'm very fond of as far as a calendar, except, which I've mentioned before, it's really great. I think I'm very appreciative that they get these random risk things into the calendar here. These are not financial reports or normal, you know, normal numbers, but they can certainly have a tremendous risk potential on the market. This is not going to be much impact, or this one, because of the timing, but investing.com does not pick those up. It just has the reports and like the bond auction and whatever. It doesn't pick those things up. And another feature of Financial Juice is that this is more of a squawk box side over here, kind of, you know, through the day updates. And this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance at 1450. So, yeah. What else we got going on around here? Not a hell of a lot. Kind of a day as far as I'm concerned. Should have stayed in bed or gone for a walk or done something fun. This wasn't it. But that's trading. They're not, they're not supposed to be adrenaline rushes, trips to Vegas, dopamine hits, whatever. It's supposed to be a business. And a lot of times, if you've ever been at a job or worked in a business, it's not a lot of fun. That's why, as somebody once explained to me, that's why you call it work, because it is work. And there we have it. My trading for the day was one trade signal, took it, missed the risk neutral scale by a tick, and got stopped. So there you go. I didn't do this here, but I will right now. This is one of the features of Bookmap, which I do every day in every trade. This ties the whole thing together. There's everything you wanted to know about the trade, down to the millisecond, the outcome, the MFE, MAE, everything you want to know. And every day I do this snap because every day I have trades, because I have a journal at Static where I also upload this stuff for grins. So there we have that. Yeah, kind of a disappointing day. What can I tell you? Disappointing in the fact that I only won trade signals, which is disappointing. What are you gonna? But that's probably indicative of what we're going to have for the balance of this year. Now, it's just going to get worse until around December. Starting about the 15th, it's going to just fall off a cliff because everybody's going to be buckling on their ski boots, not buckling up their trading shoes, I think. It's important to know that you are the most, I think I put this in here today, but I'm not sure. Not sure I did that. I don't know. Anyway, you're the most critical tool you've got in your trading office is you. You need to really focus on that and you need to pay more attention to that in your health, your mental state, emotional state, than you do anything else in your office. Because that's what interprets all this data and makes financial decisions that affect you and your family and your life. This is a dangerous business where you can, if you're slap happy or trigger happy, you can lose your ass in a heartbeat and then some. So make sure you're well rested, you're hydrated, you're well nourished, you're not on emotional tilt, your exercise, we are involved in an extremely, extremely high tier intensive endeavor here. And the people that are trading against us, you, me, are top of the line. They are the Michael Jordans of trading, And they're not, and some aren't, but there's millions of them, and they're all voicing their opinion one way or another. And you need to realize that trading is a zero-sum business. Every trade, every time you sell a contract, somebody on the other side thinks it was a good idea to buy that contract. You cannot possibly have an imbalance of buyers and sellers. That's why they call them contracts. For every buyer, there's a seller. There's absolutely impossible that there are more buyers than sellers ever. You can have more resting liquidity, absolutely. One, skewed one side or the other. But trades, absolutely not. And because it's a zero-sum game, remember that whoever it is, Come on. Come on. Boy, RT has a hard time with this sometimes. Everybody that thought it was a good idea to buy. Somebody's on the other side of every one of those trades. Same as here. The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up to go where? That's how it works. That's how the system works. It's not plain as the nose on anybody's face, I think. If there's two parties to every trade, one's a buy and one's a sell, somebody's not going to come out of that deal whole. And typically, the other side or the counterparty to most of the retail trades and who has the most deepest pockets to last the longest are the higher time frame, and consequently, I think often the majority of the time, if you believe the numbers, they come out on top, and that's how they do it. They get everybody short, and then they take it up. They get everybody long, and guess what's going to happen after that? At some point. So, have a process, however you go about it. If you, whatever trade you decide to vet, which is a word which means copy enough trades to have a statistically significant data set of those trades and those occurrences with the exact same rules, and decide and determine mathematically over 100 trades, is it profitable or not? If it's not, move on. If it is, in the live market, take every one of those trades exactly. You can't change the stops and the targets and any of the stuff around. It's got to be the same. Otherwise, they don't fit in the same data set. It's common sense. And then you have to determine, like I was talking about briefly today, backtesting wise, does it have an edge? What are the probabilities of T1? What's the probability of T2? What's the win rate? Which, again, is just useless clickbait by itself, but taken with average winner, average loser. That's how you calculate expectancy. Does it have an expectancy? If it does, then you take your job as a trader in the live market is to take the thing every time it shows up, just like right over here. You going to stop? Absolutely. Same as casino. They know they play no game on the casino floor that does not have an edge for the house. When they put the game on the floor, the only mission in life is to play the game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why there's no emotion on the floor of the casino by those guys on the pit side, the house. They're just there to get as many fools' money, play that game as many times as they can, as many hands as possible, because they know that expectancy will manifest by the law of large numbers and compound their bank. It'll be pretty simple. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to argue with that. That's the technique. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here as a business, as a trading business, and it would be it's a lot more fun, and a lot more fun from somebody watching this or listening to this stream. If I'm clicking and banging and trading around and a lot of talking and taking 50 trades a day and all that kind of stuff, but I don't believe that's a long-term winning solution. I believe that this is the way to go because it's the way that the most successful traders in the world have realized it's the way to go, and I'm just trying to follow along. So there you go. We're going to have the market on close and balance in about 6 minutes or 5. And then we'll take it into the close and start over tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, every day, trading day. Pre-market setup, trades come, they're going to get taken. That's how she works. Did not imagine that it would happen here. It's there we go, market on close. There we are. Yeah. That's more of a normal market on, market on close reaction right there, actually. Typically, lately we haven't really seen hardly any action. But that's a little bit more normal looking. And what do we got there? There's 5, 6 handles and maybe more. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's nice. I'd just love to see things to get back to the way they're supposed to be, back to normal. And here we are, S&P 500, 1,967,000,000 contracts to buy on close. 1,425,000,000 to buy, NASDAQ. Buy side 562 million on the Dow, and Mag 7 is buy side 630 million. No thanks. So there you go. And I'm giving you my take care of yourself and exercise speech. So listen to me and go out and do something, Shut off the monitors, get away from the computer, get outside, get some fresh air, get some natural light, do some push-ups, whatever. Get ready to rumble tomorrow morning at 0800. I'm going to be there, ready to rock. You can bet on it. I get up, I'm here at 6, so there you go. 6:30. I put the first post in. Yeah, thanks for coming by. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe on your way out the door. And yeah. Shit day, huh? Yeah, blah day. But I'm not going to change my plan or my strategy, or am I ever going to chase? Am I ever going to FOMO? Am I ever going to move my stop away from target, away from entry? I just don't do that stuff. So, it happens. What can I say? 8 minutes till 7.5. Till the close. Cash close. Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm going to hit the shower, get it some fresh air, get some sunshine in my eyes, on my skin, shake it off. Realize that there's more to, gotta realize that life is what's happening while you're making other plans, you know, or while you're standing in front of your screens. And you ain't gonna get you're gonna get a redo or an overs, you know, mulligan. You're not gonna get that. So better make hay while the sun shines. And I need to really think about these extra trading things I've been talking about here. Like, how do I now consciously filter for context mechanically? How do I do that in the backtest so that I can tell if it's valid or not? I got to figure that stuff out. So, well, there we go. Two minutes, huh? Oh, I don't want to do that. Well, there we have the closing swing trade. And there you have the conclusion of the RTH trading, the cash session right there. And I'm thoroughly pissed. Not really at all, but I mean, it's disappointing, I took my trade and I did nothing else set up, and there I am. I'm not going to chase after them or make stuff up. That's a hell of a lot more dangerous. And it's not what I'm going to do. So I can stick with the process. No problem. Have a great night. Remember old Uncle Boomer's advice about taking care of yourself now. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8.